Chapter 25. Smiles and Tears. The sala of the Pansiteria Machinista de Buen Gusto that night presented an extraordinary aspect. 14 young men of the principal islands of the archipelago, from the pure Indian, if there be pure ones, to the peninsular Spaniard, were met to hold the banquet advised by Padre Irene in view of the happy solution of the affair about instruction in Castilian. They had engaged all the tables for themselves, ordered the lights to be increased, and had posted on the wall beside the landscapes in Chinese kakamonos this strange versicle. Glory to Custodio for his cleverness, and Pansit on Ibth to the youths of good will. In a country where everything grotesque is covered with a mantle of seriousness, where many rise by the force of wind and hot air, in a country where the deeply serious and sincere may do damage on issuing from the heart and may cause trouble. Probably this was the best way to celebrate the ingenious inspiration of the illustrious Don Custodio. The mocked replied to the mockery with a laugh, to the governmental joke with a plate of Pansit, and yet. They laughed and jested, but it could be seen that the merriment was forced. The laughter had a certain nervous ring, eyes flashed, and in more than one of these a tear glistened. Nevertheless, these young men were cruel, they were unreasonable. It was not the first time that their most beautiful ideas had been so treated, that their hopes had been defrauded with big words and small actions. Before this Don Custodio there had been many, very many others. In the center of the room under the red lanterns were placed 4 round tables, systematically arranged to form a square. Little wooden stools, equally round, served as seats. In the middle of each table, according to the practice of the establishment, were arranged 4 small colored plates with 4 pies on each one and 4 cups of tea, with the accompanying dishes, all of red porcelain. Before each seat was a bottle and 2 glittering wine glasses. Sandoval was curious and gazed about, scrutinizing everything, tasting the food, examining the pictures, reading the bill of fare. The others conversed on the topics of the day, about the French actresses, about the mysterious illness of Simon, who, according to some, had been found wounded in the street, while others averred that he had attempted to commit suicide. As was natural, all lost themselves in conjectures. Taddeo gave his particular version, which according to him came from a reliable source. Simon had been assaulted by some unknown person in the old Plaza Vivac, the motive being revenge, in proof of which was the fact that Simon himself refused to make the least explanation. From this, they proceeded to talk of mysterious revenges, and naturally of monkish pranks, each one relating the exploits of the curate of his town. A notice in large black letters crowned the frieze of the room with this warning: De estafanda el cabsilla al publico, idvirt que nada digen absolutamente, sobre alguna mesa oscilla. What a notice, exclaimed Sandoval. As if he might have confidence in the police, eh? And what verses? Don Tiburcio converted into a quatrain 2 feet, one longer than the other, between 2 crutches. If Isagani sees them, he'll present them to his future aunt. Here's Isagani, called a voice from the stairway. The happy youth appeared radiant with joy, followed by 2 Chinese, without camisas, who carried on enormous waiters tureens that gave out an appetizing odor. Merry exclamations greeted them. Juanito Pellis was missing, but the hour fixed had already passed, so they sat down happily to the tables. Juanito was always unconventional. If in his place we had invited Basilio, said Taddeo, we should have been better entertained. We might have got him drunk and drawn some secrets from him. What, does the prudent Basilio possess secrets? I should say so, replied Taddeo. Of the most important kind. There are some enigmas to which he alone has the key, the boy who disappeared, the nun. Gentlemen, the Pansit Lang Lang is the soup par excellence, cried Macarag. As you will observe, Sandoval, it is composed of vermicelli, crabs or shrimps, egg paste, scraps of chicken, and I don't know what else. As first fruits, let us offer the bones to Don Custodio to see if he will project something with them. A burst of merry laughter greeted this sally. If he should learn. He'd come a-running, concluded Sandoval. This is excellent soup, what is it called? Pansit Lang Lang, that is, Chinese Pansit, to distinguish it from that which is peculiar to this country. Bah, that's a hard name to remember. In honor of Don Custodio, I christen it the Soup Project. Gentlemen, said Macarag, who had prepared the menu, there are 3 courses yet. Chinese stew made of pork. which should be dedicated to Padre Irene. Get out, Padre Irene doesn't eat pork unless he turns his nose away, whispered a young man from Iloilo to his neighbor. Let him turn his nose away. Down with Padre Irene's nose, cried several at once. Respect, gentlemen, more respect, demanded Pexin with comic gravity. The third course is a lobster pie, which should be dedicated to the friars, suggested he of the Vicias. For the lobster's sake, added Sandoval. Write and call it friar pie. The whole crowd took this up, repeating in concert, friar pie. I protest in the name of one of them, said Isagani. And I in the name of the lobsters, added Taddeo. Respect, gentlemen, more respect, again demanded Pexin with a full mouth. The fourth is stewed pancit, which is dedicated to the government and the country. All turned toward Macarag, who went on. Until recently, gentlemen, the pancit was believed to be Chinese or Japanese, but the fact is that, being unknown in China or Japan, it would seem to be Filipino, yet those who prepare it and get the benefit from it are the Chinese. The same, the very, very same that happens to the government and to the Philippines. They seem to be Chinese, but whether they are or not, the Holy Mother has her doctors, all eat and enjoy it, yet characterize it as disagreeable and loathsome, the same as with the country, the same as with the government. All live at its cost, all share in its feast, and afterwards there is no worse country than the Philippines, there is no government more imperfect. Let us then dedicate the pancit to the country and to the government. Agreed, many exclaimed. I protest, cried Isagani. Respect for the weaker, respect for the victims, called Pexin in a hollow voice, waving a chicken bone in the air. Let's dedicate the pancit to Quiroga the Chinaman, one of the four powers of the Filipino world, proposed Isagani. No, to his black eminence. Silence, cautioned one mysteriously. There are people in the plaza watching us, and walls have ears. True it was that curious groups were standing by the windows, while the talk and laughter in the adjoining houses had ceased altogether, as if the people there were giving their attention to what was occurring at the banquet. There was something extraordinary about the silence. Taddeo, deliver your speech, Macarag whispered to him. It had been agreed that Sandoval, who possessed the most oratorical ability, should deliver the last toast as a summing up. Taddeo, lazy as ever, had prepared nothing, so he found himself in a quandary. While disposing of a long string of vermicelli, he meditated how to get out of the difficulty, until he recalled a speech learned in school and decided to plagiarize it, with adulterations. Beloved brethren in project, he began, gesticulating with 2 Chinese chopsticks. Brute, keep that chopstick out of my hair, cried his neighbor. Called by you to fill the void that has been left in. Plagiarism, Sandoval interrupted him. That speech was delivered by the president of our lyceum. Called by your election, continued the imperturbable Taddeo, to fill the void that has been left in my mind, pointing to his stomach, by a man famous for his Christian principles, and for his inspirations and projects worthy of some little remembrance. What can one like myself say of him, I who am very hungry, not having breakfasted? Have a neck, my friend, called a neighbor, offering that portion of a chicken. There is one course, gentlemen, the treasure of a people who are today a tale and a mockery in the world, wherein have thrust their hands the greatest gluttons of the western regions of the earth. Here he pointed with his chopsticks to Sandoval, who was struggling with a refractory chicken wing. And eastern, retorted the latter, describing a circle in the air with his spoon in order to include all the banqueters. No interruptions. I demand the floor. I demand pickles, added Isagani. Bring on the stew. All echoed this request, so Taddeo sat down, contented with having got out of his quandary. The dish consecrated to Padre Irene did not appear to be extra good, as Sandoval cruelly demonstrated thus, shining with grease outside and with pork inside. Bring on the third course, the friar pie. The pie was not yet ready, although the sizzling of the grease in the frying pan could be heard. They took advantage of the delay to drink, begging Pexin to talk. Pexin crossed himself gravely and arose, restraining his clownish laugh with an effort, at the same time mimicking a certain Augustinian preacher, then famous, and beginning in a murmur, as though he were reading a text. Si tripa plena laudal diem, tripa famelica laudabit fraters. If the full stomach praises God, the hungry stomach will praise the friars. Words spoken by the Lord Custodio through the mouth of Ben Zabe, in the journal El Grito de la Integridad, the second article, absurdity the 157th. Beloved brethren in Christ, evil blows its foul breath over the verdant shores of Freylandia, commonly called the Philippine archipelago. No day passes but the attack is renewed, but there is heard some sarcasm against the reverend, venerable, infallible corporations, defenseless and unsupported. Allow me, brethren, on this occasion to constitute myself a knight-errant to sally forth in defense of the unprotected, of the holy corporations that have reared us, thus again confirming the saving idea of the adage, a full stomach praises God, which is to say, a hungry stomach will praise the friars. Bravo, bravo. Listen, said Isagani seriously, I want you to understand that, speaking of friars, I respect one. Sandoval was getting merry, so he began to sing a shady couplet about the friars. Hear me, brethren, continued Pexon. Turn your gaze toward the happy days of your infancy, endeavor to analyze the present and ask yourselves about the future. What do you find? Friars, friars, and friars. A friar baptized you, confirmed you, visited you in school with loving zeal. A friar heard your first secret. He was the first to bring you into communion with God, to set your feet upon the pathway of life. Friars were your first, and friars will be your last teachers. A friar it is who opens the hearts of your sweethearts, disposing them to heed your sighs. A friar marries you, makes you travel over different islands to afford you changes of climate and diversion. He will attend your deathbed, and even though you mount the scaffold, there will the friar be to accompany you with his prayers and tears, and you may rest assured that he will not desert you until he sees you thoroughly dead. Nor does his charity end there. Dead, he will then endeavor to bury you with all pomp. He will fight that your corpse pass through the church to receive his supplications, and he will only rest satisfied when he can deliver you into the hands of the Creator, purified here on earth, thanks to temporal punishments, tortures, and humiliations. Learned in the doctrines of Christ, who closes heaven against the rich, they, our redeemers and genuine ministers of the Savior, seek every means to lift away our sins and bear them far, far off, there where the accursed Chinese and Protestants dwell, to leave us this air, limpid, pure, healthful, in such a way that even should we so wish afterwards, we could not find a reel to bring about our condemnation. If then their existence is necessary to our happiness, if wheresoever we turn we must encounter their delicate hands, hungering for kisses, that every day smooth the marks of abuse from our countenances, why not adore them and fatten them? Why demand their impolitic expulsion? Consider for a moment the immense void that their absence would leave in our social system. Tireless workers, they improve and propagate the races. Divided as we are, thanks to our jealousies and our susceptibilities, the friars unite us in a common lot, in a firm bond, so firm that many are unable to move their elbows. Take away the friar, gentlemen, and you will see how the Philippine edifice will totter. Lacking robust shoulders and hairy limbs to sustain it, Philippine life will again become monotonous, without the merry note of the playful and gracious friar, without the booklets and sermons that split our sides with laughter, without the amusing contrast between grand pretensions and small brains, without the actual, daily representations of the tales of Boccaccio and La Fontaine. Without the girdles and scapularies, what would you have our women do in the future? Save that money and perhaps become miserly and covetous. Without the masses, novenaries, and processions, where will you find games of penguingui to entertain them in their hours of leisure? They would then have to devote themselves to their household duties, and instead of reading diverting stories of miracles, we should then have to get them works that are not extant. Take away the friar and heroism will disappear, the political virtues will fall under the control of the vulgar. Take him away and the Indian will cease to exist, for the friar is the father, the Indian is the word. The former is the sculptor, the latter the statue, because all that we are, think, or do, we owe to the friar, to his patience, his toil, his perseverance of 3 centuries to modify the form nature gave us. The Philippines without the friar and without the Indian, what then would become of the unfortunate government in the hands of the Chinamen? It will eat lobster pie, suggested Isagani, whom Pexon's speech bored. And that's what we ought to be doing, enough of speeches. As the Chinese who should have served the courses did not put in his appearance, one of the students arose and went to the rear, toward the balcony that overlooked the river. But he returned at once, making mysterious signs. "We're watched. I've seen Padre Sibylla's pet." "Yes," ejaculated Isagani, rising. "It's no use now. When he saw me, he disappeared." Approaching the window, he looked toward the plaza, then made signs to his companions to come nearer. They saw a young man leave the door of the pansiteria, gaze all about him, then with some unknown person enter a carriage that waited at the curb. It was Simon's carriage. "Ah," exclaimed Macareg, the slave of the vice-rector attended by the master of the general. Chapter 26. Pasquinades. Very early, the next morning, Basilio arose to go to the hospital. He had his plans made: to visit his patients, to go afterwards to the university to see about his licentiateship, and then have an interview with Macareg about the expense this would entail. For he had used up the greater part of his savings in ransoming Julie and in securing a house where she and her grandfather might live, and he had not dared to apply to Capitan Tiago, fearing that such a move would be construed as an advance on the legacy so often promised him. Preoccupied with these thoughts, he paid no attention to the groups of students who were at such an early hour returning from the walled city, as though the classrooms had been closed, nor did he even note the abstracted air of some of them, their whispered conversations, or the mysterious signals exchanged among them. So it was that when he reached San Juan de Dios and his friends asked him about the conspiracy, he gave a start, remembering what Simon had planned, but which had miscarried, owing to the unexplained accident to the jeweler. Terrified, he asked in a trembling voice, at the same time endeavoring to feign ignorance. "Ah, yes, what conspiracy?" "It's been discovered," replied one, "and it seems that many are implicated in it." With an effort, Basilio controlled himself. "Many implicated?" he echoed, trying to learn something from the looks of the others. "Who?" "Students, a lot of students." Basilio did not think it prudent to ask more, fearing that he would give himself away, so on the pretext of visiting his patients, he left the group. One of the clinical professors met him and, placing his hand mysteriously on the youth's shoulder, the professor was a friend of his, asked him in a low voice, "Were you at that supper last night?" In his excited frame of mind, Basilio thought the professor had said night before last, which was the time of his interview with Simon. He tried to explain. "I assure you," he stammered, "that as Capitan Tiago was worse, and besides I had to finish that book." "You did well not to attend it," said the professor, "but you're a member of the Students' Association." "I pay my dues." "Well then, a piece of advice. Go home at once and destroy any papers you have that may compromise you." Basilio shrugged his shoulders. He had no papers, nothing more than his clinical notes. "Has Senor Simon?" "Simon has nothing to do with the affair, thank God," interrupted the physician. "He was opportunely wounded by some unknown hand and is now confined to his bed. No, other hands are concerned in this, but hands no less terrible." Basilio drew a breath of relief. Simon was the only one who could compromise him, although he thought of Cabesang tales. Are there Chalisines? No, man, nothing more than students. Basilio recovered his serenity. What has happened then? He made bold to ask. Seditious pasquinades have been found. Didn't you know about them? Where? In the university. Nothing more than that. Hugh, what more do you want? Asked the professor, almost in a rage. The pasquinades are attributed to the students of the association, but keep quiet. The professor of pathology came along, a man who had more the look of a sacristan than of a physician. Appointed by the powerful mandate of the vice-rector, without other merit than unconditional servility to the corporation, he passed for a spy and an informer in the eyes of the rest of the faculty. The first professor returned his greeting coldly and winked to Basilio as he said to him, "Now I know that Capitan Tiago smells like a corpse. The crows and vultures have been gathering around him." So saying, he went inside. Somewhat calmed, Basilio now ventured to inquire for more details, but all that he could learn was that pasquinades had been found on the doors of the university, and that the vice-rector had ordered them to be taken down and sent to the civil government. It was said that they were filled with threats of assassination, invasion, and other braggadocio. The students made their comments on the affair. Their information came from the janitor, who had it from a servant in Santo Tomas, who had it from an usher. They prognosticated future suspensions and imprisonments, even indicating who were to be the victims, naturally the members of the association. Basilio then recalled Simon's words. The day in which they can get rid of you, you will not complete your course. Could he have known anything, he asked himself. We'll see who is the most powerful. Recovering his serenity, he went on toward the university, to learn what attitude it behooved him to take and at the same time to see about his licentiateship. He passed along Cal Legazpi, then down through Bitirio, and upon arriving at the corner of this street, and Cal Solana saw that something important must indeed have happened. Instead of the former lively, chattering groups on the sidewalks were to be seen civil guards making the students move on, and these latter issuing from the university silent, some gloomy, some agitated, to stand off at a distance or make their way home. The first acquaintance he met was Sandoval, but Basilio called to him in vain. He seemed to have been smitten deaf. Effect of fear on the gastrointestinal juices, thought Basilio. Later he met Taddeo, who wore a Christmas face. At last that eternal holiday seemed to be realized. What has happened, Taddeo? We'll have no school, at least for a week, old man. Sublime, magnificent. He rubbed his hands in glee. But what has happened? They're going to arrest all of us in the association. And are you glad of that? There'll be no school, there'll be no school. He moved away almost bursting with joy. Basilio saw Juanito Pelli's approaching, pale and suspicious. This time his hump had reached its maximum, so great was his haste to get away. He had been one of the most active promoters of the association while things were running smoothly. Pelli's, what has happened? Nothing, I know nothing. I didn't have anything to do with it, he responded nervously. I was always telling you that these things were quixotisms. It's the truth, you know I've said so to you. Basilio did not remember whether he had said so or not, but to humor him replied, Yes, man, but what has happened? It's the truth, isn't it? Look, you're a witness. I've always been opposed. You're a witness, don't forget it. Yes, man, but what's going on? Listen, you're a witness. I've never had anything to do with the members of the association except to give them advice. You're not going to deny it now. Be careful, won't you? No, I won't deny it, but for goodness sake, what has happened? But Juanito was already far away. He had caught a glimpse of a guard approaching and feared arrest. Basilio then went on toward the university to see if perhaps the secretary's office might be open and if he could glean any further news. The office was closed, but there was an extraordinary commotion in the building. Hurrying up and down, the stairways were friars, army officers, private persons, old lawyers and doctors, there doubtless to offer their services to the endangered cause. At a distance, he saw his friend Isagani, pale and agitated, but radiant with youthful ardor, haranguing some fellow students with his voice raised as though he cared little that he be heard by everybody. It seems preposterous, gentlemen, it seems unreal, that an incident so insignificant should scatter us and send us into flight like sparrows at whom a scarecrow has been shaken. But is this the first time that students have gone to prison for the sake of liberty? Where are those who have died, those who have been shot? Would you apostatize now? But who can the fool be that wrote such pasquinades? Demanded an indignant listener. What does that matter to us? Rejoined Isagani. We don't have to find out, let them find out. Before we know how they are drawn up, we have no need to make any show of agreement at a time like this. There where the danger is, there must we hasten, because honor is there. If what the pasquinades say is compatible with our dignity and our feelings, be he who he may that wrote them, he has done well, and we ought to be grateful to him and hasten to add our signatures to his. If they are unworthy of us, our conduct and our consciences will in themselves protest and defend us from every accusation. Upon hearing such talk, Basilio, although he liked Isagani very much, turned and left. He had to go to Macareg's house to see about the loan. Near the house of the wealthy student, he observed whisperings and mysterious signals among the neighbors, but not comprehending what they meant, continued serenely on his way and entered the doorway. 2 guards advanced and asked him what he wanted. Basilio realized that he had made a bad move, but he could not now retreat. "I've come to see my friend Macareg," he replied calmly. The guards looked at each other. "Wait here," one of them said to him. "Wait till the corporal comes down." Basilio bit his lips, and Simon's words again recurred to him. Had they come to arrest Macareg? Was his thought, but he dared not give it utterance. He did not have to wait long, for in a few moments Macareg came down, talking pleasantly with the corporal. The 2 were preceded by a warrant officer. "What you two, Basilio?" he asked. "I came to see you." "Noble conduct," exclaimed Macareg, laughing. "In time of calm, you avoid us." The corporal asked Basilio his name, then scanned a list. "Medical student Cal Anlogue?" he asked. Basilio bit his lip. "You've saved us a trip," added the corporal, placing his hand on the youth's shoulder. "You're under arrest." "Would I also?" Macareg burst out into laughter. "Don't worry, friend. Let's get into the carriage, while I tell you about the supper last night." With a graceful gesture, as though he were in his own house, he invited the warrant officer and the corporal to enter the carriage that waited at the door. To the civil government, he ordered the cochero. Now that Basilio had again regained his composure, he told Macareg the object of his visit. The rich student did not wait for him to finish, but seized his hand. count on me, and to the festivities celebrating our graduation we'll invite these gentlemen," he said, indicating the corporal and the warrant officer. Chapter 27. The Friar and the Philippine. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. We left Isagani haranguing his friends. In the midst of his enthusiasm, an usher approached him to say that Padre Fernandez, one of the higher professors, wished to talk with him. Isagani's face fell. Padre Fernandez was a person greatly respected by him, being the one always accepted by him whenever the friars were attacked. "What does Padre Fernandez want?" he inquired. The usher shrugged his shoulders, and Isagani reluctantly followed him. Padre Fernandez, the friar whom we met in Los Banos, was waiting in his cell, grave and sad, with his brows knitted as if he were in deep thought. He arose as Isagani entered, shook hands with him, and closed the door. Then he began to pace from one end of the room to the other. Isagani stood waiting for him to speak. "Senor Isagani," he began at length with some emotion, "from the window I've heard you speaking, for though I am a consumptive I have good ears, and I want to talk with you. I have always liked the young men who express themselves clearly and have their own way of thinking and acting, no matter that their ideas may differ from mine. You young men, from what I have heard, had a supper last night. Don't excuse yourself." "I don't intend to excuse myself," interrupted Isagani. "So much the better. It shows that you accept the consequences of your actions. Besides, you would do ill in retracting, and I don't blame you. I take no notice of what may have been said there last night. I don't accuse you, because after all you're free to say of the Dominicans what seems best to you. You are not a pupil of ours. Only this year have we had the pleasure of having you, and we shall probably not have you longer. Don't think that I'm going to invoke considerations of gratitude. No, I'm not going to waste my time in stupid vulgarisms. I've had you summoned here because I believe that you are one of the few students who act from conviction, and, as I like men of conviction, I'm going to explain myself to Senor Isagani." Padre Fernandez paused, then continued his walk with bowed head, his gaze riveted on the floor. "You may sit down if you wish," he remarked. "It's a habit of mine to walk about while talking because my ideas come better then." Isagani remained standing, with his head erect, waiting for the professor to get to the point of the matter. "For more than 8 years I have been a professor here," resumed Padre Fernandez, still continuing to pace back and forth, "and in that time I've known and dealt with more than 2,500 students. I've taught them, I've tried to educate them, I've tried to inculcate in them principles of justice and of dignity, and yet in these days when there is so much murmuring against us, I've not seen one who has the temerity to maintain his accusations when he finds himself in the presence of a friar, not even allowed in the presence of any numbers. Young men, there are who behind our backs calumniate us, and before us kiss our hands, with a base smile begging kind looks from us. Bah! What do you wish that we should do with such creatures?" "The fault is not all theirs, Padre," replied Isagani. "The fault lies partly with those who have taught them to be hypocrites, with those who have tyrannized over freedom of thought and freedom of speech. Here every independent thought, every word that is not an echo of the will of those in power, is characterized as filibusterism, and you know well enough what that means. A fool would he be who to please himself would say aloud what he thinks, who would lay himself liable to suffer persecution." "What persecution have you had to suffer?" asked Padre Fernandez, raising his head. "Haven't I let you express yourself freely in my class? Nevertheless, you are an exception that, if what you say is true, I must correct, so as to make the rule as general as possible, and thus avoid setting a bad example." Isagani smiled. "I thank you, but I will not discuss with you whether I am an exception. I will accept your qualifications so that you may accept mine. You also are an exception, and as here we are not going to talk about exceptions, nor plead for ourselves, at least, I'm not, I beg of my professor to change the course of the conversation." In spite of his liberal principles, Padre Fernandez raised his head and stared in surprise at Isagani. That young man was more independent than he had thought. Although he called him professor, in reality he was dealing with him as an equal, since he allowed himself to offer suggestions. Like a wise diplomat, Padre Fernandez not only recognized the fact, but even took his stand upon it. "Good enough," he said, "but don't look upon me as your professor. I'm a friar and you are a Filipino student, nothing more nor less. Now I ask you, what do the Filipino students want of us?" The question came as a surprise. Isagani was not prepared for it. It was a thrust made suddenly while they were preparing their defense, as they say in fencing. Thus startled, Isagani responded with a violent stand, like a beginner defending himself. "That you do your duty," he exclaimed. Fray Fernandez straightened up. That reply sounded to him like a cannon shot. "That we do our duty?" he repeated, holding himself erect. "Don't we, then, do our duty? What duties do you ascribe to us?" "Those which you voluntarily placed upon yourselves on joining the order, and those which afterwards, once in it, you have been willing to assume. But, as a Filipino student, I don't think myself called upon to examine your conduct with reference to your statutes, to Catholicism, to the government, to the Filipino people, and to humanity in general. Those are questions that you have to settle with your founders, with the Pope, with the government, with the whole people, and with God. As a Filipino student, I will confine myself to your duties toward us. The friars in general, being the local supervisors of education in the provinces, and the Dominicans in particular, by monopolizing in their hands all the studies of the Filipino youth, have assumed the obligation to its 8 millions of inhabitants, to Spain, and to humanity of which we form a part, of steadily bettering the young plant, morally and physically, of training it toward its happiness, of creating a people honest, prosperous, intelligent, virtuous, noble, and loyal. Now I ask you in my turn, have the friars fulfilled that obligation of theirs? We're fulfilling. Ah, Padre Fernandez, interrupted Isagani, you with your hand on your heart can say that you are fulfilling it, but with your hand on the heart of your order, on the heart of all the orders, you cannot say that without deceiving yourself. Ah, Padre Fernandez, when I find myself in the presence of a person whom I esteem and respect, I prefer to be the accused rather than the accuser. I prefer to defend myself rather than take the offensive. But now that we have entered upon the discussion, let us carry it to the end. How do they fulfill their obligation, those who look after education in the towns? By hindering it. And those who here monopolize education, those who try to mold the mind of youth, to the exclusion of all others whomsoever, how do they carry out their mission? By curtailing knowledge as much as possible, by extinguishing all ardor and enthusiasm, by trampling on all dignity, the soul's only refuge, by inculcating in us worn-out ideas, rancid beliefs, false principles incompatible with a life of progress. Ah, yes, when it is a question of feeding convicts, of providing for the maintenance of criminals, the government calls for bids in order to find the purveyor who offers the best means of subsistence, he who at least will not let them perish from hunger. But when it is a question of morally feeding a whole people, of nourishing the intellect of youth, the healthiest part, that which is later to be the country and the all, the government not only does not ask for any bid, but restricts the power to that very body which makes a boast of not desiring education, of wishing no advancement. What should we say if the purveyor for the prisons, after securing the contract by intrigue, should then leave the prisoners to languish in want, giving them only what is stale and rancid, excusing himself afterwards by saying that it is not convenient for the prisoners to enjoy good health, because good health brings merry thoughts, because merriment improves the man, and the man ought not to be improved, because it is to the purveyor's interest that there be many criminals. What should we say if afterwards the government and the purveyor should agree between themselves, that of the 10 or 12 cuartos which one received for each criminal, the other should receive 5? Padre Fernandez bit his lip. Those are grave charges, he said, and you are overstepping the limits of our agreement. No, Padre, not if I continue to deal with the student question. The friars, and I do not say, you friars, since I do not confuse you with the common herd. The friars of all the orders have constituted themselves our mental purveyors, yet they say and shamelessly proclaim that it is not expedient for us to become enlightened, because some day we shall declare ourselves free. That is just the same as not wishing the prisoner to be well fed so that he may improve and get out of prison. Liberty is to man what education is to the intelligence, and the friars' unwillingness that we have it is the origin of our discontent. Instruction is given only to those who deserve it, rejoined Padre Fernandez dryly. To give it to men without character and without morality is to prostitute it. Why are there men without character and without morality? The Dominican shrugged his shoulders. Defects that they imbibe with their mother's milk, that they breathe in the bosom of the family, how do I know? Ah, no, Padre Fernandez, exclaimed the young man impetuously. You have not dared to go into the subject deeply, you have not wished to gaze into the depths from fear of finding yourself there in the darkness of your brethren. What we are, you have made us. A people tyrannized over is forced to be hypocritical. A people denied the truth must resort to lies, and he who makes himself a tyrant breeds slaves. There is no morality, you say, so let it be, even though statistics can refute you in that here are not committed crimes like those among other peoples, blinded by the fumes of their moralizers. But, without attempting now to analyze what it is that forms the character and how far the education received determines morality, I will agree with you that we are defective. Who is to blame for that? You who for 3 centuries and a half have had in your hands our education, or we who submit to everything? If after 3 centuries and a half, the artist has been able to produce only a caricature, stupid indeed he must be. Or bad enough the material he works upon. Stupider still then, when, knowing it to be bad, he does not give it up, but goes on wasting time. Not only is he stupid, but he is a cheat and a robber, because he knows that his work is useless, yet continues to draw his salary. Not only is he stupid and a thief, he is a villain in that he prevents any other workman from trying his skill to see if he might not produce something worthwhile, the deadly jealousy of the incompetent. The reply was sharp and Padre Fernandez felt himself caught. To his gaze, Isagani appeared gigantic, invincible, convincing, and for the first time in his life he felt beaten by a Filipino student. He repented of having provoked the argument, but it was too late to turn back. In this quandary, finding himself confronted with such a formidable adversary, he sought a strong shield and laid hold of the government. You impute all the faults to us, because you see only us who are near, he said in a less haughty tone. It's natural and doesn't surprise me. A person hates the soldier or policeman who arrests him and not the judge who sends him to prison. You and we are both dancing to the same measure of music. If at the same note you lift your foot in unison with us, don't blame us for it. It's the music that is directing our movements. Do you think that we friars have no consciences and that we do not desire what is right? Do you believe that we do not think about you, that we do not heed our duty, that we only eat to live and live to rule? Would that it were so! But we, like you, follow the cadence, finding ourselves between Scylla and Charybdis. Either you reject us or the government rejects us. The government commands, and he who commands, commands, and must be obeyed. From which it may be inferred, remarked Isagani with a bitter smile, that the government wishes our demoralization. Oh no, I didn't mean that. What I meant to say is that there are beliefs, there are theories, there are laws, which, dictated with the best intention, produce the most deplorable consequences. I'll explain myself better by citing an example. To stamp out a small evil, there are dictated many laws that cause greater evils still. Corruptissima in republica plurimi legs, said Tacitus. To prevent one case of fraud, there are provided 1.5 million preventive or humiliating regulations, which produce the immediate effect of awakening in the public the desire to elude and mock such regulations. To make a people criminal, there's nothing more needed than to doubt its virtue. Enact a law, not only here, but even in Spain, and you will see how the means of evading it will be sought. And this is for the very reason that the legislators have overlooked the fact that the more an object is hidden, the more a sight of it is desired. Why are rascality and astuteness regarded as great qualities in the Spanish people, when there is no other so noble, so proud, so chivalrous as it? Because our legislators, with the best intentions, have doubted its nobility, wounded its pride, challenged its chivalry. Do you wish to open in Spain a road among the rocks? Then place there an imperative notice forbidding the passage, and the people, in order to protest against the order, will leave the highway to clamber over the rocks. The day on which some legislator in Spain forbids virtue and commands vice, then all will become virtuous. The Dominican paused for a brief space, then resumed. But you may say that we are getting away from the subject, so I'll return to it. What I can say to you, to convince you, is that the vices from which you suffer ought to be ascribed by you neither to us nor to the government. They are due to the imperfect organization of our social system. Qui multum probet, nihil probet, one loses himself through excessive caution, lacking what is necessary and having too much of what is superfluous. If you admit those defects in your social system, replied Isagani, why then do you undertake to regulate alien societies, instead of first devoting your attention to yourselves? We're getting away from the subject, young man. The theory and accomplished facts must be accepted. So let it be. I accept it because it is an accomplished fact, but I will further ask, why, if your social organization is defective, do you not change it, or at least give heed to the cry of those who are injured by it? We're still far away. Let's talk about what the students want from the friars. From the moment when the friars hide themselves behind the government, the students have to turn to it. This statement was true, and there appeared no means of ignoring it. I'm not the government and I can't answer for its acts. What do the students wish us to do for them within the limits by which we are confined? Not to oppose the emancipation of education, but to favor it. The Dominican shook his head. Without stating my own opinion, that is asking us to commit suicide, he said. On the contrary, it is asking you for room to pass in order, not to trample upon and crush you. Ahem, coughed Padre Fernandez, stopping and remaining thoughtful. Begin by asking something that does not cost so much, something that any one of us can grant without abatement of dignity or privilege, for if we can reach an understanding and dwell in peace, why this hatred, why this distrust? Then let's get down to details. Yes, because if we disturb the foundation, we'll bring down the whole edifice. Then let's get down to details, let's leave the region of abstract principles, rejoined Isagani with a smile, and also without stating my own opinion. The youth accented these words. The students would desist from their attitude and soften certain asperities if the professors would try to treat them better than they have up to the present. That is in their hands. What? Demanded the Dominican. Have the students any complaint to make about my conduct? Padre, we agreed from the start not to talk of yourself or of myself. We're speaking generally. The students, besides getting no great benefit out of the years spent in the classes, often leave their remnants of their dignity, if not the whole of it. Padre Fernandez again bit his lip. No one forces them to study, the fields are uncultivated, he observed dryly. Yes, there is something that impels them to study, replied Isagani in the same tone, looking the Dominican full in the face. Besides the duty of everyone to seek his own perfection, there is the desire innate in man to cultivate his intellect, a desire the more powerful here in that it is repressed. He who gives his gold and his life to the state has the right to require of it opportunity better to get that gold and better to care for his life. Yes, Padre, there is something that impels them, and that something is the government itself. It is you yourselves who pitilessly ridicule the uncultured Indian and deny him his rights, on the ground that he is ignorant. You strip him and then scoff at his nakedness. Padre Fernandez did not reply, but continued to pace about feverishly, as though very much agitated. You say that the fields are not cultivated, resumed Isagani in a changed tone after a brief pause. Let's not enter upon an analysis of the reason for this, because we should get far away. But you, Padre Fernandez, you a teacher, you a learned man, do you wish a people of peons and laborers? In your opinion, is the laborer the perfect state at which man may arrive in his development, or is it that you wish knowledge for yourself and labor for the rest? No, I want knowledge for him who deserves it, for him who knows how to use it, was the reply. When the students demonstrate that they love it, when young men of conviction appear, young men who know how to maintain their dignity and make it respected, then there will be knowledge, then there will be considerate professors. If there are now professors who resort to abuse, it is because there are pupils who submit to it. When there are professors, there will be students. Begin by reforming yourselves, you who have need of change, and we will follow. Yes, said Isagani with a bitter laugh, let us begin it, because the difficulty is on our side. Well, you know what is expected of a pupil who stands before a professor. You yourself, with all your love of justice, with all your kind sentiments, have been restraining yourself by a great effort while I have been telling you bitter truths, you yourself, Padre Fernandez. What good has been secured by him among us who has tried to inculcate other ideas? What evils have not fallen upon you, because you have tried to be just and perform your duty? Senor Isagani, said the Dominican, extending his hand, although it may seem that nothing practical has resulted from this conversation, yet something has been gained. I'll talk to my brethren about what you have told me, and I hope that something can be done. Only I fear that they won't believe in your existence. I fear the same, returned Isagani, shaking the Dominican's hand. I fear that my friends will not believe in your existence, as you have revealed yourself to me today. Considering the interview at an end, the young man took his leave. Padre Fernandez opened the door and followed him with his gaze until he disappeared around a corner in the corridor. For some time, he listened to the retreating footsteps, then went back into his cell and waited for the youth to appear in the street. He saw him and actually heard him say to a friend who asked where he was going, "To the civil government. I'm going to see the Pasquinades and join the others." His startled friend stared at him as one would look at a person who is about to commit suicide, then moved away from him hurriedly. "Poor boy," murmured Padre Fernandez, feeling his eyes moisten. "I grudge you to the Jesuits who educated you." But Padre Fernandez was completely mistaken. The Jesuits repudiated Isagani when that afternoon they learned that he had been arrested, saying that he would compromise them. "That young man has thrown himself away. He's going to do us harm." Let it be understood that he didn't get those ideas here. Nor were the Jesuits wrong. No, those ideas come only from God through the medium of nature. Chapter 28. Tadakut. With prophetic inspiration, Benzabe had been for some days past maintaining in his newspaper that education was disastrous, very disastrous for the Philippine Islands, and now in view of the events of that Friday of Pasquinades, the writer crowed and chanted his triumph, leaving belittled and overwhelmed his adversary Horatius, who in the Parochnia had dared to ridicule him in the following manner. From our contemporary, El Grito. Education is disastrous, very disastrous, for the Philippine Islands. Admitted. For some time, El Grito has pretended to represent the Filipino people, ergo, as Fray Ibanez would say, if he knew Latin. But Fray Ibanez turns Mussulman when he writes, and we know how the Mussulmans dealt with education. In witness whereof, as a royal preacher said, the Alexandrian Library. Now he was right, he, Benzabe. He was the only one in the islands who thought, the only one who foresaw events. Truly, the news that seditious Pasquinades had been found on the doors of the university not only took away the appetite from many and disturbed the digestion of others, but it even rendered the phlegmatic Chinese uneasy, so that they no longer dared to sit in their shops with one leg drawn up as usual, from fear of losing time in extending it in order to put themselves into flight. At 8 o'clock in the morning, although the sun continued on its course and His Excellency, the Captain General, did not appear at the head of his victorious cohorts, still the excitement had increased. The friars who were accustomed to frequent Quiroga's bazaar did not put in their appearance, and this symptom presaged terrific cataclysms. If the sun had risen a square, and the saints appeared only in pantaloons, Quiroga would not have been so greatly alarmed, for he would have taken the sun for a gaming table, and the sacred images for gamblers who had lost their chamises, but for the friars not to come, precisely when some novelties had just arrived for them. By means of a provincial friend of his, Quiroga forbade entrance into his gaming houses to every Indian who was not an old acquaintance, as the future Chinese consul feared that they might get possession of the sums that the wretches lost there. After arranging his bazaar in such a way that he could close it quickly in case of need, he had a policeman accompany him for the short distance that separated his house from Simon's. Quiroga thought this occasion the most propitious for making use of the rifles and cartridges that he had in his warehouse, in the way the jeweler had pointed out, so that on the following days there would be searches made, and then, how many prisoners, how many terrified people would give up their savings? It was the game of the old carbineers, in slipping contraband cigars and tobacco leaves under a house, in order to pretend a search and force the unfortunate owner to bribery or fines, Only now the art had been perfected, and, the tobacco monopoly abolished, resort was had to the prohibited arms. But Simon refused to see anyone and sent word to the Chinese that he should leave things as they were. Whereupon he went to see Don Custodio to inquire whether he should fortify his bazaar, but neither would Don Custodio receive him, being at the time engaged in the study of a project for defense in case of a siege. He thought of Benzabe as a source of information, but finding the writer armed to the teeth and using 2 loaded revolvers for paperweights, took his leave in the shortest possible time, to shut himself up in his house and take to his bed under pretense of illness. At 4 in the afternoon, the talk was no longer of simple pasquinades. There were whispered rumors of an understanding between the students and the outlaws of San Mateo. It was certain that in the Pansiteria they had conspired to surprise the city. There was talk of German ships outside the bay to support the movement, of a band of young men who, under the pretext of protesting and demonstrating their Hispanism, had gone to the palace to place themselves at the general's orders, but had been arrested because it was discovered that they were armed. Providence had saved His Excellency, preventing him from receiving those precocious criminals, as he was at the time in conference with the provincials, the vice-rector, and with Padre Irene, Padre Salvi's representative. There was considerable truth in these rumors, if we have to believe Padre Irene, who in the afternoon went to visit Capitan Tiago. According to him, certain persons had advised His Excellency to improve the opportunity in order to inspire terror and administer a lasting lesson to the filibusters. A number shot, one had advised, some 24 reformers deported at once, in the silence of the night, would extinguish forever the flames of discontent. No, rejoined another who had a kind heart, sufficient that the soldiers parade through the streets, a troop of cavalry, for example, with drawn sabers, sufficient to drag along some cannon, that's enough. The people are timid and will all retire into their houses. No, no, insinuated another. This is the opportunity to get rid of the enemy. It's not sufficient that they retire into their houses, they should be made to come out, like evil humors by means of plasters. If they are inclined to start riots, they should be stirred up by secret agitators. I am of the opinion that the troops should be resting on their arms and appearing careless and indifferent, so the people may be emboldened, and then in case of any disturbance, out on them, action. The end justifies the means, remarked another. Our end is our holy religion and the integrity of the fatherland. Proclaim a state of siege, and in case of the least disturbance, arrest all the rich and educated, and clean up the country. If I hadn't got there in time to counsel moderation, added Padre Irene, speaking to Capitan Tiago, it's certain that blood would now be flowing through the streets. I thought of you, Capitan. The partisans of force couldn't do much with the general, and they missed Simon. Ah, if Simon had not been taken ill. With the arrest of Basilio and the search made later among his books and papers, Capitan Tiago had become much worse. Now Padre Irene had come to augment his terror with hair-raising tales. Ineffable fear seized upon the wretch, manifesting itself first by a light shiver, which was rapidly accentuated until he was unable to speak. With his eyes bulging and his brow covered with sweat, he caught Padre Irene's arm and tried to rise, but could not, and then, uttering 2 groans, fell heavily back upon the pillow. His eyes were wide open and he was slavering, but he was dead. The terrified Padre Irene fled, and as the dying man had caught hold of him, in his flight he dragged the corpse from the bed, leaving it sprawling in the middle of the room. By night, the terror had reached a climax. Several incidents had occurred to make the timorous believe in the presence of secret agitators. During a baptism, some cuartos were thrown to the boys, and naturally there was a scramble at the door of the church. It happened that at the time there was passing a bold soldier, who, somewhat preoccupied, mistook the uproar for a gathering of filibusters and hurled himself, sword in hand, upon the boys. He went into the church, and had he not become entangled in the curtains suspended from the choir, he would not have left a single head on shoulders. It was but the matter of a moment for the timorous to witness this and take to flight, spreading the news that the revolution had begun. The few shops that had been kept open were now hastily closed, there being Chinese who even left bolts of cloth outside, and not a few women lost their slippers in their flight through the streets. Fortunately, there was only one person wounded and a few bruised, among them the soldier himself, who suffered a fall fighting with the curtain, which smelt to him of filibusterism. Such prowess gained him great renown, and a renown so pure that it is to be wished all fame could be acquired in like manner. Mothers would then weep less, and earth would be more populous. In a suburb, the inhabitants caught two unknown individuals burying arms under a house, whereupon a tumult arose, and the people pursued the strangers in order to kill them and turn their bodies over to the authorities. But someone pacified the excited crowd by telling them that it would be sufficient to hand over the corpora delictorum, which proved to be some old shotguns that would surely have killed the first person who tried to fire them. "All right," exclaimed one braggart, "if they want us to rebel, let's go ahead." But he was cuffed and kicked into silence, the women pinching him as though he had been the owner of the shotguns. In Ermita, the affair was more serious, even though there was less excitement, and that when there were shots fired. A certain cautious government employee, armed to the teeth, saw at nightfall an object near his house, and taking it for nothing less than a student, fired at it twice with a revolver. The object proved to be a policeman, and they buried him, Pax Christi, mutis. In Dulimbayan, various shots also resounded, from which there resulted the death of a poor old deaf man who had not heard the sentinel's quinvive, and of a hog that had heard it and had not answered espana. The old man was buried with difficulty, since there was no money to pay for the obsequies, but the hog was eaten. In Manila, in a confectionery near the university much frequented by the students, the arrests were thus commented upon. "And have they arrested Tadio?" asked the proprietress. "Aba," answered a student who lived in Parian, "he's already shot." "Shot Naku, he hasn't paid what he owes me." "I don't mention that, or you'll be taken for an accomplice. I've already burnt the book you lent me. There might be a search and it would be found. Be careful." "Did you say that Isagani is a prisoner?" "Crazy fool, too, that Isagani," replied the indignant student. "They didn't try to catch him, but he went and surrendered. Let him bust himself, he'll surely be shot." The senora shrugged her shoulders. "He doesn't owe me anything, and what about Paulita?" "She won't lack a husband. Sure, she'll cry a little and then marry a Spaniard." The night was one of the gloomiest. In the houses the rosary was recited, and pious women dedicated paternosters and requiems to each of the souls of their relatives and friends. By 8 o'clock hardly a pedestrian could be seen. Only from time to time was heard the galloping of a horse against whose sides a saber clanked noisily, then the whistles of the watchmen, and carriages that whirled along at full speed, as though pursued by mobs of filibusters. Yet terror did not reign everywhere. In the house of the silversmith, where Placido Penitent boarded, the events were commented upon and discussed with some freedom. "I don't believe in the Pasquinades," declared a workman, lank and withered from operating the blowpipe. "To me it looks like Padre Salvi's doings." Ahem," coughed the silversmith, a very prudent man who did not dare to stop the conversation from fear that he would be considered a coward. The good man had to content himself with coughing, winking to his helper, and gazing toward the street as if to say, "They may be watching us." "On account of the operetta," added another workman. "Aha," exclaimed one who had a foolish face, "I told you so." "Ahem," rejoined a clerk in a tone of compassion, "the affair of the Pasquinades is true, Chichi, and I can give you the explanation." Then he added mysteriously, "It's a trick of the Chinaman Quiroga, S." Ahem," again coughed the silversmith, shifting his quid of buyo from one cheek to the other. "Believe me, Chichi, of Quiroga the Chinaman, I heard it in the office." "Naku, it's certain then," exclaimed the simpleton, believing it at once. "Quiroga," explained the clerk, "has 100,000 pesos in Mexican silver out in the bay. How is he to get it in? Very easily. Fix up the Pasquinades, availing himself of the question of the students, and, while everybody is excited, grease the officials' palms, and in the cases come." Just it," cried the credulous fool, striking the table with his fist. "Just it, that's why Quiroga did it, that's why." But he had to relapse into silence as he really did not know what to say about Quiroga. "And we must pay the damages?" asked the indignant Chichi. Ahem, coughed the silversmith, hearing steps in the street. The footsteps approached, and all in the shop fell silent. "Saint Pascual Balon is a great saint," declared the silversmith hypocritically in a loud voice, at the same time winking to the others. Saint Pascual Balon. At that moment, there appeared the face of Placido Penitent, who was accompanied by the pyrotechnician that we saw receiving orders from Simon. The newcomers were surrounded and importuned for news. "I haven't been able to talk with the prisoners," explained Placido. "There are some 30 of them." "Be on your guard," cautioned the pyrotechnician, exchanging a knowing look with Placido. "They say that tonight there's going to be a massacre." "Aha, thunder!" exclaimed Chich, looking about for a weapon. Seeing none, he caught up his blowpipe. The silversmith sat down, trembling in every limb. The credulous simpleton already saw himself beheaded and wept in anticipation over the fate of his family. "No," contradicted the clerk, "there's not going to be any massacre. The advisor of," he made a mysterious gesture, "is fortunately sick." "Simon." Him. Placido and the pyrotechnician exchanged another look. "If he hadn't got sick, it would look like a revolution," added the pyrotechnician negligently as he lighted a cigarette in the lamp chimney. "And what should we do then?" "Then we'd start a real one, now that they're going to massacre us anyhow." The violent fit of coughing that seized the silversmith prevented the rest of the speech from being heard. But Chich must have been saying terrible things, to judge from his murderous gestures with the blowpipe and the face of a Japanese tragedian that he put on. Rather say that he's playing off sick because he's afraid to go out, as may be seen. The silversmith was attacked by another fit of coughing so severe that he finally asked all to retire. "Nevertheless, get ready," warned the pyrotechnician, "if they want to force us to kill or be killed." Another fit of coughing on the part of the poor silversmith prevented further conversation, so the workmen and apprentices retired to their homes, carrying with them hammers and saws and other implements, more or less cutting, more or less bruising, disposed to sell their lives dearly. Placido and the pyrotechnician went out again. "Prudence, prudence," cautioned the silversmith in a tearful voice. "You'll take care of my widow and orphans," begged the credulous simpleton in a still more tearful voice, for he already saw himself riddled with bullets and buried. That night the guards at the city gates were replaced with peninsular artillerymen, and on the following morning as the sun rose, Benzabe, who had ventured to take a morning stroll to examine the condition of the fortifications, found on the glacis near the Luneta the corpse of a native girl, half-naked and abandoned. Benzabe was horrified, but after touching it with his cane and gazing toward the gates proceeded on his way, musing over a sentimental tale he might base upon the incident. However, no allusion to it appeared in the newspapers on the following days, engrossed as they were with the falls and slippings caused by banana peels. In the dearth of news, Benzabe had to comment at length on a cyclone that had destroyed in America whole towns, causing the death of more than 2,000 persons. Among other beautiful things he said, "The sentiment of charity, more prevalent in Catholic countries than in others, and the thought of him who, influenced by that same feeling, sacrificed himself for humanity, moves us to compassion over the misfortunes of our kind, and to render thanks that in this country, so scourged by cyclones, there are not enacted scenes so desolating as that which the inhabitants of the United States Mews have witnessed." Horatius did not miss the opportunity, and also without mentioning the dead, or the murdered native girl, or the assaults, answered him in his Pyrrhochnia. "After such great charity and such great humanity, Fray Ibanez, Benzabe, brings himself to pray for the Philippines. But he is understood. Because he is not Catholic, and the sentiment of charity is most prevalent, etc." Chapter 29. Exit Capitan Tiago. Taelis vita finis ita. Capitan Tiago had a good end, that is, a quite exceptional funeral. True it is that the curate of the parish had ventured the observation to Padre Irene that Capitan Tiago had died without confession, but the good priest, smiling sardonically, had rubbed the tip of his nose and answered, "Why say that to me? If we had to deny the obsequies to all who die without confession, we should forget the de profundis. These restrictions, as you well know, are enforced when the impenitent is also insolvent. But Capitan Tiago, out on you. You've buried infidel Chinamen and with a requiem mass." Capitan Tiago had named Padre Irene as his executor and willed his property in part to St. Clara, part to the Pope, to the Archbishop, the religious corporations, leaving 20 pesos for the matriculation of poor students. This last clause had been dictated at the suggestion of Padre Irene in his capacity as protector of studious youths. Capitan Tiago had annulled a legacy of 25 pesos that he had left to Basilio, in view of the ungrateful conduct of the boy during the last few days, but Padre Irene had restored it and announced that he would take it upon his own purse and conscience. In the dead man's house, where were assembled on the following day many old friends and acquaintances, considerable comment was indulged in over a miracle. It was reported that, at the very moment when he was dying, the soul of Capitan Tiago had appeared to the nuns surrounded by a brilliant light. God had saved him, thanks to the pious legacies, and to the numerous masses he had paid for. The story was commented upon, it was recounted vividly, it took on particulars, and was doubted by no one. The appearance of Capitan Tiago was minutely described, of course the frock coat, the cheek bulged out by the quid of bouillot, without omitting the gamecock and the opium pipe. The senior sacristan, who was present, gravely affirmed these facts with his head, and reflected that, after death, he would appear with his cup of white taju, for without that refreshing breakfast, he could not comprehend happiness either on earth or in heaven. On this subject, because of their inability to discuss the events of the preceding day, and because there were gamblers present, many strange speculations were developed. They made conjectures as to whether Capitan Tiago would invite St. Peter to a soltata, whether they would place bets, whether the gamecocks were immortal, whether invulnerable. And in this case, who would be the referee, who would win, and so on. Discussions quite to the taste of those who found sciences, theories, and systems based on a text which they esteem infallible, revealed, or dogmatic. Moreover, there were cited passages from novenas, books of miracles, sayings of the curates, descriptions of heaven, and other embroidery. Don Primitivo, the philosopher, was in his glory quoting opinions of the theologians. "Because no one can lose," he stated with great authority. "To lose would cause hard feelings, and in heaven there can't be any hard feelings." "But someone has to win," rejoined the gambler Aristornas. "The fun lies in winning." "Well, both win, that's easy." This idea of both winning could not be admitted by Aristornas, for he had passed his life in the cockpit and had always seen one cock lose and the other win. At best, there was a tie. Vainly Don Primitivo argued in Latin. Aristornas shook his head, and that too when Don Primitivo's Latin was easy to understand, for he talked of in Gallus Talisanus, acuto tari armatus, and Gallus bedi petri bulicus sassabungus sit, and so on, until at length he decided to resort to the argument which many used to convince and silence their opponents. "You're going to be damned, friend Martin, you're falling into heresy, cave ni catas. I'm not going to play Monty with you anymore and will not set up a bank together. You deny the omnipotence of God, peccatum mortal. You deny the existence of the Holy Trinity, 3 are 1 and 1 is 3. Take care. You indirectly deny that 2 natures, 2 understandings, and 2 wills can have only 1 memory. Be careful, quicumque non crederit anathema sit." Martin Aristornas shrank away pale and trembling, while Quiroga, who had listened with great attention to the argument, with marked deference offered the philosopher a magnificent cigar, at the same time asking in his caressing voice, "Surely, one can make a contract for a cockpit with Callisto, ha? When I die, I'll be the contractor, ha?" Among the others, they talked more of the deceased. At least they discussed what kind of clothing to put on him. Capitan Tinong proposed a Franciscan habit, and fortunately, he had one, old, threadbare, and patched, a precious object which, according to the friar who gave it to him as alms in exchange for 36 pesos, would preserve the corpse from the flames of hell, and which reckoned in its support various pious anecdotes taken from the books distributed by the curates. Although he held this relic in great esteem, Capitan Tinong was disposed to part with it for the sake of his intimate friend, whom he had not been able to visit during his illness. But a tailor objected, with good reason, that since the nuns had seen Capitan Tiago ascending to heaven in a frock coat he should be dressed here on earth, nor was there any necessity for preservatives and fireproof garments. The deceased had attended balls and fiestas in a frock coat, and nothing else would be expected of him in the sky's end. Wonderful to relate. The tailor accidentally happened to have one ready, which he would part with for 32 pesos, 4 cheaper than the Franciscan habit, because he didn't want to make any profit on Capitan Tiago, who had been his customer in life and would now be his patron in heaven. But Padre Irene, trustee and executor, rejected both proposals and ordered that the Capitan be dressed in one of his old suits of clothes, remarking with holy unction that God paid no attention to clothing. The obsequies were, therefore, of the very first class. There were responsories in the house, and in the street 3 friars officiated, as though one were not sufficient for such a great soul. All the rites and ceremonies possible were performed, and it is reported that there were even extras, as in the benefits for actors. It was indeed a delight. Loads of incense were burned, there were plenty of Latin chants, large quantities of holy water were expended, and Padre Irene, out of regard for his old friend, sang the Dies Irae in a falsetto voice from the choir, while the neighbors suffered real headaches from so much knell-ringing. Dona Patrocinio, the ancient rival of Capitan Tiago in religiosity, actually wanted to die on the next day, so that she might order even more sumptuous obsequies. The pious old lady could not bear the thought that he, whom she had long considered vanquished forever, should in dying come forward again with so much pomp. Yes, she desired to die, and it seemed that she could hear the exclamations of the people at the funeral. This indeed is what you call a funeral. This indeed is to know how to die, Dona Patrocinio. Chapter 30. Julie. The death of Capitan Tiago and Basilio's imprisonment were soon reported in the province. And to the honor of the simple inhabitants of San Diego, let it be recorded that the latter was the incident more regretted and almost the only one discussed. As was to be expected, the report took on different forms, sad and startling details were given. What could not be understood was explained, the gaps being filled by conjectures, which soon passed for accomplished facts, and the phantoms thus created terrified their own creators. In the town of Tiani, it was reported that at the very least, the young man was going to be deported and would very probably be murdered on the journey. The timorous and pessimistic were not satisfied with this, but even talked about executions and courts-martial. January was a fatal month. In January, the Cavite affair had occurred, and even though curates had been garroted, so poor Basilio without protectors or friends. I told him so, sighed the justice of the peace, as if he had at some time given advice to Basilio. I told him so. It was to be expected, commented Sister Pencheng. He would go into the church, and when he saw that the holy water was somewhat dirty, he wouldn't cross himself with it. He talked about germs and disease. Abba, it's the chastisement of God. He deserved it, and he got it. As though the holy water could transmit diseases. Quite the contrary, Abba. She then related how she had cured herself of indigestion by moistening her stomach with holy water, at the same time reciting the Sanctus Deus, and she recommended the remedy to those present when they should suffer from dysentery or an epidemic occurred, only that then they must pray in Spanish. Santo Dios Santo Fuerte, Santo Inmortal Libranos, Sener, de la Peste Wide to do mal. It's an infallible remedy, but you must apply the holy water to the part affected, she concluded. But there were many persons who did not believe in these things, nor did they attribute Basilio's imprisonment to the chastisement of God. Nor did they take any stock in insurrections and pasquinades, knowing the prudent and ultra-pacific character of the boy, but preferred to ascribe it to revenge on the part of the friars, because of his having rescued from servitude Julie, the daughter of a Chalican, who was the mortal enemy of a certain powerful corporation. As they had quite a poor idea of the morality of that same corporation, and could recall cases of petty revenge, their conjecture was believed to have more probability and justification. "What a good thing I did when I drove her from my house," said Sister Pencheng. "I don't want to have any trouble with the friars, so I urged her to find the money." The truth was, however, that she regretted Julie's liberty, for Julie prayed and fasted for her, and if she had stayed a longer time, would also have done penance. Why, if the curates pray for us and Christ died for our sins, couldn't Julie do the same for Sister Pencheng? When the news reached the hut where the poor Julie and her grandfather lived, the girl had to have it repeated to her. She stared at Sister Bali, who was telling it, as though without comprehension, without ability to collect her thoughts. Her ears buzzed, she felt a sinking at the heart, and had a vague presentiment that this event would have a disastrous influence on her own future. Yet she tried to seize upon a ray of hope. She smiled, thinking that Sister Bali was joking with her, a rather strong joke, to be sure, but she forgave her beforehand if she would acknowledge that it was such. But Sister Bali made a cross with one of her thumbs and a forefinger and kissed it to prove that she was telling the truth. Then the smile faded forever from the girl's lips. She turned pale, frightfully pale. She felt her strength leave her, and for the first time in her life she lost consciousness, falling into a swoon. When by dint of blows, pinches, dashes of water, crosses, and the application of sacred palms, the girl recovered and remembered the situation, silent tears sprang from her eyes, drop by drop, without sobs, without laments, without complaints. She thought about Basilio, who had had no other protector than Capitan Tiago, and who now, with the Capitan dead, was left completely unprotected and in prison. In the Philippines, it is a well-known fact that patrons are needed for everything, from the time one is christened until one dies, in order to get justice, to secure a passport, or to develop an industry. As it was said that his imprisonment was due to revenge on account of herself and her father, the girl's sorrow turned to desperation. Now it was her duty to liberate him, as he had done in rescuing her from servitude, and the inner voice which suggested the idea offered to her imagination a horrible means. "Padre Camorra, the curate," whispered the voice. Julie gnawed at her lips and became lost in gloomy meditation. As a result of her father's crime, her grandfather had been arrested in the hope that by such means the son could be made to appear. The only one who could get him his liberty was Padre Camorra, and Padre Camorra had shown himself to be poorly satisfied with her words of gratitude, having with his usual frankness asked for some sacrifices, since which time Julie had tried to avoid meeting him. But the curate made her kiss his hand, he twitched her nose and patted her cheeks, he joked with her, winking and laughing he pinched her. Julie was also the cause of the beating the good curate had administered to some young men who were going about the village serenading the girls. Malicious ones, seeing her pass sad and dejected, would remark so that she might hear. If she only wished it, Cabesang tales would be pardoned. Julie reached her home, gloomy and with wandering looks. She had changed greatly, having lost her merriment, and no one ever saw her smile again. She scarcely spoke and seemed to be afraid to look at her own face. One day she was seen in the town with a big spot of soot on her forehead, she who used to go so trim and neat. Once she asked Sister Bali if the people who committed suicide went to hell. "Surely," replied that woman, and proceeded to describe the place as though she had been there. Upon Basilio's imprisonment, the simple and grateful relatives had planned to make all kinds of sacrifices to save the young man, but as they could collect among themselves no more than 30 pesos, Sister Bali, as usual, thought of a better plan. "What we must do is to get some advice from the town clerk," she said. To these poor people, the town clerk was what the Delphic oracle was to the ancient Greeks. "By giving him a reel and a cigar," she continued, "he'll tell you all the laws so that your head bursts listening to him. If you have a peso, he'll save you, even though you may be at the foot of the scaffold. When my friend Simon was put in jail and flogged for not being able to give evidence about a robbery perpetrated near his house, for 2 reals and a half and a string of garlics, the town clerk got him out. And I saw Simon myself when he could scarcely walk, and he had to stay in bed at least a month. His flesh rotted as a result, and he died." Sister Bali's advice was accepted, and she herself volunteered to interview the town clerk. Julie gave her 4 reals and added some strips of jerked venison her grandfather had got, for Tandang Silo had again devoted himself to hunting. But the town clerk could do nothing. The prisoner was in Manila, and his power did not extend that far. If at least he were at the capital, then, he ventured, to make a show of his authority, which he knew very well did not extend beyond the boundaries of Tiani, but he had to maintain his prestige and keep the jerked venison. "But I can give you a good piece of advice, and it is that you go with Julie to see the justice of the peace. But it's very necessary that Julie go." The justice of the peace was a very rough fellow, but if he should see Julie, he might conduct himself less rudely. This is wherein lay the wisdom of the advice. With great gravity, the Honorable Justice listened to Sister Bali, who did the talking, but not without staring from time to time at the girl, who hung her head with shame. People would say that she was greatly interested in Basilio, people who did not remember her debt of gratitude, nor that his imprisonment, according to report, was on her account. After belching 3 or 4 times, for his honor had that ugly habit, he said that the only person who could save Basilio was Padre Camorra, in case he should care to do so. Here he stared meaningly at the girl and advised her to deal with the curate in person. "You know what influence he has. He got your grandfather out of jail. A report from him is enough to deport a newborn babe or save from death a man with the noose about his neck." Julie said nothing, but Sister Bali took this advice as though she had read it in a novena and was ready to accompany the girl to the convento. It so happened that she was just going there to get as alms a scapulary in exchange for 4 full reals. But Julie shook her head and was unwilling to go to the convento. Sister Bali thought she could guess the reason. Padre Camorra was reputed to be very fond of the women and was very frolicsome, so she tried to reassure her. "You've nothing to fear if I go with you. Haven't you read in the booklet Tandang Basio, given you by the curate, that the girls should go to the convento, even without the knowledge of their elders, to relate what is going on at home?" That book is printed with the permission of the archbishop." Julie became impatient and wished to cut short such talk, so she begged the pious woman to go if she wished, but his honor observed with a belch that the supplications of a youthful face were more moving than those of an old one. The sky poured its dew over the fresh flowers in greater abundance than over the withered ones. The metaphor was fiendishly beautiful. Julie did not reply, and the two left the house. In the street, the girl firmly refused to go to the convento, and they returned to their village. Sister Bali, who felt offended at this lack of confidence in herself, on the way home relieved her feelings by administering a long preachment to the girl. The truth was that the girl could not take that step without damning herself in her own eyes, besides being cursed of men and cursed of God. It had been intimated to her several times, whether with reason or not, that if she would make that sacrifice her father would be pardoned, and yet she had refused, in spite of the cries of her conscience reminding her of her filial duty. Now must she make it for Basilio, her sweetheart. That would be to fall to the sound of mockery and laughter from all creation. Basilio himself would despise her. No, never. She would first hang herself or leap from some precipice. At any rate, she was already damned for being a wicked daughter. The poor girl had besides to endure all the reproaches of her relatives, who, knowing nothing of what had passed between her and Padre Camavra, laughed at her fears. Would Padre Camorra fix his attention upon a country girl when there were so many others in the town? Hero the good women cited names of unmarried girls, rich and beautiful, who had been more or less unfortunate. Meanwhile, if they should shoot Basilio. Julie covered her ears and stared wildly about, as if seeking a voice that might plead for her, but she saw only her grandfather, who was dumb and had his gaze fixed on his hunting spear. That night she scarcely slept at all. Dreams and nightmares, some funereal, some bloody, danced before her sight and woke her often, bathed in cold perspiration. She fancied that she heard shots. She imagined that she saw her father, that father who had done so much for her, fighting in the forests, hunted like a wild beast because she had refused to save him. The figure of her father was transformed, and she recognized Basilio, dying, with looks of reproach at her. The wretched girl arose, prayed, wept, called upon her mother, upon death, and there was even a moment when, overcome with terror, if it had not been night time, she would have run straight to the convento, let happen what would. With the coming of day, the sad presentiments and the terrors of darkness were partly dissipated. The light inspired hopes in her. But the news of the afternoon was terrible, for there was talk of persons shot, so the next night was for the girl frightful. In her desperation, she decided to give herself up as soon as day dawned and then kill herself afterwards. Anything, rather than endure such tortures. But the dawn brought new hope, and she would not go to church or even leave the house. She was afraid she would yield. So passed several days in praying and cursing, in calling upon God and wishing for death. The day gave her a slight respite, and she trusted in some miracle. The reports that came from Manila, although they reached there magnified, said that of the prisoners some had secured their liberty, thanks to patrons and influence. Someone had to be sacrificed. Who would it be? Julie shuddered and returned home biting her fingernails. Then came the night with its terrors, which took on double proportions and seemed to be converted into realities. Julie feared to fall asleep, for her slumbers were a continuous nightmare. Looks of reproach would flash across her eyelids just as soon as they were closed. Complaints and laments pierced her ears. She saw her father wandering about hungry, without rest or repose. She saw Basilio dying in the road, pierced by 2 bullets, just as she had seen the corpse of that neighbor who had been killed while in the charge of the civil guard. She saw the bonds that cut into the flesh. She saw the blood pouring from the mouth. She heard Basilio calling to her, "Save me, you alone can save me." Then a burst of laughter would resound, and she would turn her eyes to see her father gazing at her with eyes full of reproach. Julie would wake up, sit up on her pedate, and draw her hands across her forehead to arrange her hair. Cold sweat, like the sweat of death, moistened it. "Mother, mother," she sobbed. Meanwhile, they who were so carelessly disposing of people's fates, he who commanded the legal murders, he who violated justice and made use of the law to maintain himself by force, slept in peace. At last, a traveler arrived from Manila and reported that all the prisoners had been set free, all except Basilio, who had no protector. It was reported in Manila, added the traveler, that the young man would be deported to the Carolines, having been forced to sign a petition beforehand, in which he declared that he asked it voluntarily. The traveler had seen the very steamer that was going to take him away. This report put an end to all the girl's hesitation. Besides, her mind was already quite weak from so many nights of watching and horrible dreams. Pale and with unsteady eyes, she sought out Sister Bali, and in a voice that was cause for alarm, told her that she was ready, asking her to accompany her. Sister Bali thereupon rejoiced and tried to soothe her, but Julie paid no attention to her, apparently intent only upon hurrying to the convento. She had decked herself out in her finest clothes, and even pretended to be quite gay, talking a great deal, although in a rather incoherent way. So they set out. Julie went ahead, becoming impatient that her companion lagged behind. But as they neared the town, her nervous energy began gradually to abate. She fell silent and wavered in her resolution, lessened her pace, and soon dropped behind, so that Sister Bali had to encourage her. "We'll get there late," she remonstrated. Julie now followed, pale, with downcast eyes, which she was afraid to raise. She felt that the whole world was staring at her and pointing its finger at her. A vile name whistled in her ears, but still she disregarded it and continued on her way. Nevertheless, when they came in sight of the convento, she stopped and began to tremble. Let's go home," she begged, holding her companion back. Sister Bali had to take her by the arm and half drag her along, reassuring her and telling her about the books of the friars. She would not desert her, so there was nothing to fear. Padre Camorra had other things in mind. Julie was only a poor country girl. But upon arriving at the door of the convento, Julie firmly refused to go in, catching hold of the wall. "No, no," she pleaded in terror. "No, no, no, have pity." But what a fool! Sister Bali pushed her gently along, Julie, pallid and with wild features, offering resistance. The expression of her face said that she saw death before her. "All right, let's go back, if you don't want to." At length the good woman exclaimed in irritation, as she did not believe there was any real danger. Padre Camorra, in spite of all his reputation, would dare do nothing before her. "Let them carry poor Basilio into exile, let them shoot him on the way, saying that he tried to escape," she added. "When he's dead, then remorse will come. But as for myself, I owe him no favors, so he can't reproach me." That was the decisive stroke. In the face of that reproach, with wrath and desperation mingled, like one who rushes to suicide, Julie closed her eyes in order not to see the abyss into which she was hurling herself and resolutely entered the convento. A sigh that sounded like the rattle of death escaped from her lips. Sister Bali followed, telling her how to act. That night comments were mysteriously whispered about certain events which had occurred that afternoon. A girl had leaped from a window of the convento, falling upon some stones and killing herself. Almost at the same time, another woman had rushed out of the convento to run through the streets shouting and screaming like a lunatic. The prudent townsfolk dared not utter any names, and many mothers pinched their daughters for letting slip expressions that might compromise them. Later, very much later, at twilight, an old man came from a village and stood calling at the door of the convento, which was closed and guarded by sacristans. The old man beat the door with his fists and with his head, while he littered cries stifled and inarticulate, like those of a dumb person, until he was at length driven away by blows and shoves. Then he made his way to the gobernadorcillo's house, but was told that the gobernadorcillo was not there, he was at the convento. He went to the justice of the peace, but neither was the justice of the peace at home, he had been summoned to the convento. He went to the tenient mayor, but he too was at the convento. He directed his steps to the barracks, but the lieutenant of the civil guard was at the convento. The old man then returned to his village, weeping like a child. His wails were heard in the middle of the night, causing men to bite their lips and women to clasp their hands, while the dogs slunk fearfully back into the houses with their tails between their legs. "Ah, God, God," said a poor woman, lean from fasting, "in thy presence there is no rich, no poor, no white, no black. Thou wilt grant us justice." "Yes," rejoined her husband, "just so that God they preach is not a pure invention, a fraud. They themselves are the first not to believe in him." At 8 o'clock in the evening, it was rumored that more than 7 friars, proceeding from neighboring towns, were assembled in the convento to hold a conference. On the following day, Tandang Silo disappeared forever from the village, carrying with him his hunting spear. Chapter 31. The High Official. El espegniet sa verdu, el espegniet sa grandeur tout essen va, Victor Hugo. The newspapers of Manila were so engrossed in accounts of a notorious murder committed in Europe, in panegyrics and puffs for various preachers in the city, in the constantly increasing success of the French operetta, that they could scarcely devote space to the crimes perpetrated in the provinces by a band of Chalisanes headed by a fierce and terrible leader who was called Madanglawan. Only when the object of the attack was a convento or a Spaniard, there then appeared long articles giving frightful details and asking for martial law, energetic measures, and so on. So it was that they could take no notice of what had occurred in the town of Tiani, nor was there the slightest hint or allusion to it. In private circles something was whispered, but so confused, so vague, and so little consistent that not even the name of the victim was known, while those who showed the greatest interest forgot it quickly, trusting that the affair had been settled in some way with the wronged family. The only one who knew anything certain was Padre Camorra, who had to leave the town, to be transferred to another, or to remain for some time in the convento in Manila. "Poor Padre Camorra," exclaimed Benzabe in a fit of generosity. He was so jolly and had such a good heart. It was true that the students had recovered their liberty, thanks to the exertions of their relatives, who did not hesitate at expense, gifts, or any sacrifice whatsoever. The first to see himself free, as was to be expected, was Macarag, and the last Isagani, because Padre Florentine did not reach Manila until a week after the events. So many acts of clemency secured for the general the title of clement and merciful, which Benzabe hastened to add to his long list of adjectives. The only one who did not obtain his liberty was Basilio, since he was also accused of having in his possession prohibited books. We don't know whether this referred to his textbook on legal medicine or to the pamphlets that were found, dealing with the Philippines, or both together. The fact is that it was said that prohibited literature was being secretly sold, and upon the unfortunate boy fell all the weight of the rod of justice. It was reported that His Excellency had been thus advised. "It's necessary that there be someone, so that the prestige of authority may be sustained, and that it may not be said that we made a great fuss over nothing. Authority before everything. It's necessary that someone be made an example of. Let there be just one who, according to Padre Irene, was the servant of Capitan Tiago. There'll be no one to enter a complaint." "Servant and student?" asked His Excellency. "That fellow then, let it be he." "Your Excellency will pardon me," observed the high official, who happened to be present, "but I've been told that this boy is a medical student and his teachers speak well of him. If he remains a prisoner, he'll lose a year, and as this year he finishes." The high official's interference in behalf of Basilio, instead of helping, harmed him. For some time, there had been between this official and His Excellency strained relations and bad feelings, augmented by frequent clashes. Yes, so much the greater reason that he should be kept prisoner. A year longer in his studies, instead of injuring him, will do good, not only to himself, but to all who afterwards fall into his hands. One doesn't become a bad physician by extensive practice, so much the more reason that he should remain. Soon the filibustering reformers will say that we are not looking out for the country, concluded His Excellency with a sarcastic laugh. The high official realized that he had made a false move and took Basilio's case to heart. "But it seems to me that this young man is the most innocent of all," he rejoined rather timidly. "Books have been seized in his possession," observed the secretary. "Yes, works on medicine and pamphlets written by peninsulars, with the leaves uncut, and besides, what does that signify? Moreover, this young man was not present at the banquet in the Pansiteria. He hasn't mixed up in anything. As I've said, he's the most innocent." "So much the better," exclaimed His Excellency jocosely. "In that way the punishment will prove more salutary and exemplary, since it inspires greater terror. To govern is to act in this way, my dear sir, as it is often expedient to sacrifice the welfare of one to the welfare of many. But I'm doing more. From the welfare of one will result the welfare of all. The principle of endangered authority is preserved, prestige is respected and maintained. By this act of mine, I'm correcting my own and other people's faults." The high official restrained himself with an effort and, disregarding the allusion, decided to take another tack. "But doesn't Your Excellency fear the responsibility?" "What have I to fear?" rejoined the general impatiently. Haven't I discretionary powers? Can't I do what I please for the better government of these islands? What have I to fear? Can some menial perhaps arraign me before the tribunals and exact from me responsibility? Even though he had the means, he would have to consult the ministry first, and the minister. He waved his hand and burst out into laughter. The minister who appointed me, the devil knows where he is, and he will feel honored in being able to welcome me when I return. The present one, I don't even think of him, and the devil take him too. The one that relieves him will find himself in so many difficulties with his new duties that he won't be able to fool with trifles. I, my dear sir, have nothing over me but my conscience. I act according to my conscience, and my conscience is satisfied, so I don't care a straw for the opinions of this one and that. My conscience, my dear sir, my conscience. Yes, General, but the country. Tut, 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 tut. The country, what have I to do avith the country? Have I perhaps contracted any obligations to it? Do I owe my office to it? Was it the country that elected me? A brief pause ensued, during which the high official stood with bowed head. Then, as if reaching a decision, he raised it to stare fixedly at the general. Pale and trembling, he said with repressed energy, "That doesn't matter, General, that doesn't matter at all. Your Excellency has not been chosen by the Filipino people, but by Spain, all the more reason why you should treat the Filipinos well so that they may not be able to reproach Spain. The greater reason, General, the greater reason. Your Excellency, by coming here, has contracted the obligation to govern justly, to seek the welfare." "Am I not doing it?" interrupted His Excellency in exasperation, taking a step forward. "Have I told you that I am getting from the good of one the good of all? Are you now going to give me lessons? If you don't understand my actions, how am I to blame? Do I compel you to share my responsibility?" "Certainly not," replied the high official, drawing himself up proudly. "Your Excellency does not compel me, Your Excellency cannot compel me to share your responsibility. I understand mine in quite another way, and because I have it, I'm going to speak. I've held my peace a long time." "Oh, Your Excellency needn't make those gestures, because the fact that I've come here in this or that capacity doesn't mean that I have given up my rights, that I have been reduced to the part of a slave, without voice or dignity. I don't want Spain to lose this beautiful empire, these 8 millions of patient and submissive subjects, who live on hopes and delusions, but neither do I wish to soil my hands in their barbarous exploitation. I don't wish it ever to be said that, the slave trade abolished, Spain has continued to cloak it with her banner and perfect it under a wealth of specious institutions. No, to be great Spain does not have to be a tyrant. Spain is sufficient unto herself. Spain was greater when she had only her own territory, wrested from the clutches of the Moor. I, too, am a Spaniard, but before being a Spaniard I am a man, and before Spain and above Spain is her honor, the lofty principles of morality, the eternal principles of immutable justice. Ah, you are surprised that I think thus, because you have no idea of the grandeur of the Spanish name. No, you haven't any idea of it, you identify it with persons and interests. To you the Spaniard may be a pirate, he may be a murderer, a hypocrite, a cheat, anything, just so he keep what he has. But to me the Spaniard should lose everything, empire, power, wealth, everything, before his honor. Ah, my dear sir, we protest when we read that might is placed before right, yet we applaud when in practice we see might play the hypocrite in not only perverting right, but even in using it as a tool in order to gain control. For the very reason that I love Spain I'm speaking now, and I defy your frown. I don't wish that the coming ages accuse Spain of being the stepmother of the nations, the vampire of races, the tyrant of small islands, since it would be a horrible mockery of the noble principles of our ancient kings. How are we carrying out their sacred legacy? They promised to these islands protection and justice, and we are playing with the lives and liberties of the inhabitants. They promise civilization, and we are curtailing it, fearful that they may aspire to a nobler existence. They promise them light, and we cover their eyes that they may not witness our orgies. They promise to teach them virtue, and we are encouraging their vice. Instead of peace, wealth, and justice, confusion reigns, commerce languishes, and skepticism is fostered among the masses. Let us put ourselves in the place of the Filipinos and ask ourselves what we would do in their place. Ah, in your silence I read their right to rebel, and if matters do not mend, they will rebel some day, and justice will be on their side. With them will go the sympathy of all honest men, of every patriot in the world. When a people is denied light, home, liberty, and justice, things that are essential to life, and therefore man's patrimony, that people has the right to treat him who so despoils it as we would the robber who intercepts us on the highway. There are no distinctions, there are no exceptions, nothing but a fact, a right, an aggression, and every honest man who does not place himself on the side of the wronged makes himself an accomplice and stains his conscience. True, I am not a soldier, and the years are cooling the little fire in my blood. But just as I would risk being torn to pieces to defend the integrity of Spain against any foreign invader or against an unjustified disloyalty in her provinces, so I also assure you that I would place myself beside the oppressed Filipinos, because I would prefer to fall in the cause of the outraged rights of humanity to triumphing with the selfish interests of a nation, even when that nation be called as it is called, Spain. Do you know when the mail boat leaves? Inquired His Excellency coldly when the high official had finished speaking. The latter stared at him fixedly, then dropped his head and silently left the palace. Outside, he found his carriage awaiting him. "Some day, when you declare yourselves independent," he said somewhat abstractedly to the native lackey who opened the carriage door for him, "remember that there were not lacking in Spain hearts that beat for you and struggled for your rights." "Where, sir?" asked the lackey, who had understood nothing of this and was inquiring whither they should go. 2 hours later, the high official handed in his resignation and announced his intention of returning to Spain by the next mail steamer. Chapter 32. Effect of the Pasquinades. As a result of the events narrated, many mothers ordered their sons immediately to leave off their studies and devote themselves to idleness or to agriculture. When the examinations came, suspensions were plentiful, and he was a rare exception who finished the course, if he had belonged to the famous association, to which no one paid any more attention. Pexin, Taddeo, and Juanito Peles were all alike suspended, the first receiving his dismissal with his foolish grin and declaring his intention of becoming an officer in some court, while Taddeo, with his eternal holiday realized at last, paid for an illumination and made a bonfire of his books. Nor did the others get off much better, and at length they too had to abandon their studies, to the great satisfaction of their mothers, who always fancy their sons hanged if they should come to understand what the books teach. Juanito Peles alone took the blow ill, since it forced him to leave school for his father's store, with whom he was thenceforward to be associated in the business. The rascal found the store much less entertaining, but after some time, his friends again noticed his hump appear, a symptom that his good humor was returning. The rich Macarag, in view of the catastrophe, took good care not to expose himself, and having secured a passport by means of money set out in haste for Europe. It was said that His Excellency, the Captain General, in his desire to do good by good means, and careful of the interests of the Filipinos, hindered the departure of everyone who could not first prove substantially that he had the money to spend and could live in idleness in European cities. Among our acquaintances, those who got off best were Isagani and Sandoval. The former passed in the subject he studied under Padre Fernandez, and was suspended in the others, while the latter was able to confuse the examining board with his oratory. Basilio was the only one who did not pass in any subject, who was not suspended, and who did not go to Europe, for he remained in Bilibid prison, subjected every 3 days to examinations, almost always the same in principle, without other variation than a change of inquisitors, since it seemed that in the presence of such great guilt all gave up or fell away in horror. And while the documents moldered or were shifted about, while the stamped papers increased like the plasters of an ignorant physician on the body of a hypochondriac, Basilio became informed of all the details of what had happened in Tiani, of the death of Julie and the disappearance of Tandang Silo. Sinang, the abused cachero, who had driven him to San Diego, happened to be in Manila at that time and called to give him all the news. Meanwhile, Simon had recovered his health, or so at least the newspapers said. Benzabe rendered thanks to the Omnipotent who watches over such a precious life, and manifested the hope that the Highest would someday reveal the malefactor, whose crime remained unpunished, thanks to the charity of the victim, who was too closely following the words of the great martyr. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. These and other things Benzabe said in print, while by mouth he was inquiring whether there was any truth in the rumor that the opulent jeweler was going to give a grand fiesta, a banquet such as had never before been seen, in part to celebrate his recovery, and in part as a farewell to the country in which he had increased his fortune. It was whispered as certain that Simon, who would have to leave with the Captain General, whose command expired in May, was making every effort to secure from Madrid an extension, and that he was advising His Excellency to start a campaign in order to have an excuse for remaining. But it was further reported that for the first time His Excellency had disregarded the advice of his favorite, making it a point of honor not to retain for a single additional day the power that had been conferred upon him. A rumor which encouraged belief that the fiesta announced would take place very soon. For the rest, Simon remained unfathomable, since he had become very uncommunicative, showed himself seldom, and smiled mysteriously when the rumored fiesta was mentioned. "Come, Senor Sinbad," Benzabe had once rallied him, "dazzle us with something Yankee. You owe something to this country." "Doubtless," was Simon's response with a dry smile. "You'll throw the house wide open, eh?" "Maybe, but as I have no house." "You ought to have secured Capitan Tiago's, which Senor Pelli's got for nothing." Simon became silent, and from that time on he was often seen in the store of Don Timoteo Pelli's, with whom it was said he had entered into partnership. Some weeks afterward, in the month of April, it was rumored that Juanito Pelli's, Don Timoteo's son, was going to marry Paulita Gomez, the girl coveted by Spaniards and foreigners. "Some men are lucky," exclaimed other envious merchants. To buy a house for nothing, sell his consignment of galvanized iron well, get into partnership with a Simon, and marry his son to a rich heiress. Just say if those aren't strokes of luck that all honorable men don't have. "If you only knew whence came that luck of Senor Pelli's, another responded, in a tone which indicated that the speaker did know. "It's also assured that there'll be a fiesta, and on a grand scale," was added with mystery. It was really true that Paulita was going to marry Juanito Pelli's. Her love for Isagani had gradually waned, like all first loves based on poetry and sentiment. The events of the Pasquinades and the imprisonment of the youth had shorn him of all his charms. To whom would it have occurred to seek danger, to desire to share the fate of his comrades, to surrender himself, when everyone was hiding and denying any complicity in the affair? It was quixotic. It was madness that no sensible person in Manila could pardon, and Juanito was quite right in ridiculing him, representing what a sorry figure he cut when he went to the civil government. Naturally, the brilliant Paulita could no longer love a young man who so erroneously understood social matters and whom all condemned. Then she began to reflect. Juanito was clever, capable, gay, shrewd, the son of a rich merchant of Manila, and a Spanish mestizo besides. If Don Timoteo was to be believed, a full-blooded Spaniard. On the other hand, Isagani was a provincial native who dreamed of forests infested with leeches. He was of doubtful family, with a priest for an uncle, who would perhaps be an enemy to luxury and balls, of which she was very fond. One beautiful morning, therefore, it occurred to her that she had been a downright fool to prefer him to his rival, and from that time on Peliz's hump steadily increased. Unconsciously, yet rigorously, Paulita was obeying the law discovered by Darwin, that the female surrenders herself to the fittest male, to him who knows how to adapt himself to the medium in which he lives, and to live in Manila there was no other like Peliz, who from his infancy had chicanery at his fingertips. Lent passed with its Holy Week, its array of processions and pompous displays, without other novelty than a mysterious mutiny among the artillerymen, the cause of which was never disclosed. The houses of light materials were torn down in the presence of a troop of cavalry, ready to fall upon the owners in case they should offer resistance. There was a great deal of weeping and many lamentations, but the affair did not get beyond that. The curious, among them Simon, went to see those who were left homeless, walking about indifferently and assuring each other that thenceforward they could sleep in peace. Towards the end of April, all the fears being now forgotten, Manila was engrossed with one topic: the fiesta that Don Timoteo Peliz was going to celebrate at the wedding of his son, for which the general had graciously and condescendingly agreed to be the patron. Simon was reported to have arranged the matter. The ceremony would be solemnized 2 days before the departure of the general, who would honor the house and make a present to the bridegroom. It was whispered that the jeweler would pour out cascades of diamonds and throw away handfuls of pearls in honor of his partner's son. Thus, since he could hold no fiesta of his own, as he was a bachelor and had no house, improving the opportunity to dazzle the Filipino people with a memorable farewell. All Manila prepared to be invited, and never did uneasiness take stronger hold of the mind than in view of the thought of not being among those bidden. Friendship with Simon became a matter of dispute, and many husbands were forced by their wives to purchase bars of steel and sheets of galvanized iron in order to make friends with Don Timoteo Peliz. Chapter 33. La Ultima Razón. At last the great day arrived. During the morning Simon had not left his house, busied as he was in packing his arms and his jewels. His fabulous wealth was already locked up in the big steel chest with its canvas cover, there remaining only a few cases containing bracelets and pins, doubtless gifts that he meant to make. He was going to leave with the Captain General, who cared in no way to lengthen his stay, fearful of what people would say. Malicious ones insinuated that Simon did not dare remain alone, since without the general's support, he did not care to expose himself to the vengeance of the many wretches he had exploited. All the more reason for which was the fact that the general who was coming was reported to be a model of rectitude and might make him disgorge his gains. The superstitious Indians, on the other hand, believed that Simon was the devil who did not wish to separate himself from his prey. The pessimists winked maliciously and said, "The field laid waste, the locust leaves for other parts." Only a few, a very few, smiled and said nothing. In the afternoon, Simon had given orders to his servant that if there appeared a young man calling himself Basilio, he should be admitted at once. Then he shut himself up in his room and seemed to become lost in deep thought. Since his illness, the jeweler's countenance had become harder and gloomier, while the wrinkles between his eyebrows had deepened greatly. He did not hold himself so erect as formerly, and his head was bowed. So absorbed was he in his meditations that he did not hear a knock at the door, and it had to be repeated. He shuddered and called out, "Come in." It was Basilio, but how altered. If the change that had taken place in Simon during those 2 months was great, in the young student it was frightful. His cheeks were hollow, his hair unkempt, his clothing disordered. The tender melancholy had disappeared from his eyes, and in its place glittered a dark light, so that it might be said that he had died and his corpse had revived, horrified with what it had seen in eternity. If not crime, then the shadow of crime had fixed itself upon his whole appearance. Simon himself was startled and felt pity for the wretch. Without any greeting, Basilio slowly advanced into the room, and in a voice that made the jeweler shudder said to him, "Senor Simon, I've been a wicked son and a bad brother. I've overlooked the murder of one and the tortures of the other, and God has chastised me. Now there remains to me only one desire, and it is to return evil for evil, crime for crime, violence for violence." Simon listened in silence while Basilio continued, "4 months ago you talked to me about your plans. I refused to take part in them, but I did wrong, you have been right. 3 months and a half ago the revolution was on the point of breaking out, but I did not then care to participate in it, and the movement failed. In payment for my conduct I've been arrested and owe my liberty to your efforts only. You are right, and now I've come to say to you, put a weapon in my hand and let the revolution come. I am ready to serve you, along with all the rest of the unfortunates." The cloud that had darkened Simon's brow suddenly disappeared, a ray of triumph darted from his eyes, and like one who has found what he sought he exclaimed, "I'm right, yes, I'm right. Right and justice are on my side, because my cause is that of the persecuted. Thanks, young man, thanks. You've come to clear away my doubts, to end my hesitation." He had risen, and his face was beaming. The zeal that had animated him when 4 months before he had explained his plans to Basilio in the wood of his ancestors reappeared in his countenance like a red sunset after a cloudy day. "Yes," he resumed, "the movement failed and many have deserted me because they saw me disheartened and wavering at the supreme moment. I still cherish something in my heart. I was not the master of all my feelings, I still loved. Now everything is dead in me, no longer is there even a corpse sacred enough for me to respect its sleep. No longer will there be any vacillation, for you yourself, an idealistic youth, a gentle dove, understand the necessity and come to spur me to action. Somewhat late you have opened your eyes, for between you and me together we might have executed marvelous plans, I above in the higher circles spreading death amid perfume and gold, brutalizing the vicious and corrupting or paralyzing the few good, and you below among the people, among the young men, stirring them to life amid blood and tears. Our task, instead of being bloody and barbarous, would have been holy, perfect, artistic, and surely success would have crowned our efforts. But no intelligence would support me. I encountered fear or effeminacy among the enlightened classes, selfishness among the rich, simplicity among the youth, and only in the mountains, in the waste places, among the outcasts, have I found my men. But no matter now. If we can't get a finished statue, rounded out in all its details, of the rough block we work upon, let those to come take charge." Seizing the arm of Basilio, who was listening without comprehending all he said, he led him to the laboratory where he kept his chemical mixtures. Upon the table was placed a large case made of dark shagreen, similar to those that hold the silver plate exchanged as gifts among the rich and powerful. Opening this, Simon revealed to sight, upon a bottom of red satin, a lamp of very peculiar shape. Its body was in the form of a pomegranate as large as a man's head, with fissures in it exposing to view the seeds inside, which were fashioned of enormous carnelians. The covering was of oxidized gold, in exact imitation of the wrinkles on the fruit. Simon took it out with great care, and removing the burner, exposed to view the interior of the tank, which was lined with steel 2 centimeters in thickness, and which had a capacity of over a liter. Basilio questioned him with his eyes, for as yet he comprehended nothing. Without entering upon explanations, Simon carefully took from a cabinet a flask and showed the young man the formula written upon it. "Nitroglycerin," murmured Basilio, stepping backward and instinctively thrusting his hands behind him. "Nitroglycerin, dynamite." Beginning now to understand, he felt his hair stand on end. "Yes, nitroglycerin," repeated Simon slowly, with his cold smile and a look of delight at the glass flask. It's also something more than nitroglycerin. It's concentrated tears, repressed hatred, wrongs, injustice, outrage. It's the last resort of the weak, force against force, violence against violence. A moment ago I was hesitating, but you have come and decided me. This night the most dangerous tyrants will be blown to pieces, the irresponsible rulers that hide themselves behind God and the state, whose abuses remain unpunished because no one can bring them to justice. This night, the Philippines will hear the explosion that will convert into rubbish the formless monument whose decay I have fostered. Basilio was so terrified that his lips worked without producing any sound, his tongue was paralyzed, his throat parched. For the first time, he was looking at the powerful liquid which he had heard talked of as a thing distilled in gloom by gloomy men, in open war against society. Now he had it before him, transparent and slightly yellowish, poured with great caution into the artistic pomegranate. Simon looked to him like the genie of the Arabian Nights that sprang from the sea. He took on gigantic proportions, his head touched the sky, he made the house tremble and shook the whole city with a shrug of his shoulders. The pomegranate assumed the form of a colossal sphere. The fissures became hellish grins whence escaped names and glowing cinders. For the first time in his life, Basilio was overcome with fright and completely lost his composure. Simon, meanwhile, screwed on solidly a curious and complicated mechanism, put in place a glass chimney, then the bomb, and crowned the whole with an elegant shade. Then he moved away some distance to contemplate the effect, inclining his head now to one side, now to the other, thus better to appreciate its magnificent appearance. Noticing that Basilio was watching him with questioning and suspicious eyes, he said, "Tonight there will be a fiesta, and this lamp will be placed in a little dining kiosk that I've had constructed for the purpose. The lamp will give a brilliant light, bright enough to suffice for the illumination of the whole place by itself, but at the end of 20 minutes the light will fade, and then when someone tries to turn up the wick a cap of fulminate of mercury will explode. The pomegranate will blow up, and with it the dining room, in the roof and floor of which I have concealed sacks of powder, so that no one shall escape." There rose a moment's silence, while Simon stared at his mechanism and Basilio scarcely breathed. "So my assistance is not needed," observed the young man. "No, you have another mission to fulfill," replied Simon thoughtfully. "At 9 the mechanism will have exploded, and the report will have been heard in the country round, in the mountains, in the caves. The uprising that I had arranged with the artillerymen was a failure from lack of plan and timeliness, but this time it won't be so. Upon hearing the explosion, the wretched and the oppressed, those who wander about pursued by force, will sally forth armed to join Cabesang tales in Santa Mesa, whence they will fall upon the city, while the soldiers, whom I have made to believe that the general is shamming an insurrection in order to remain, will issue from their barracks ready to fire upon whomsoever I may designate. Meanwhile, the cowed populace, thinking that the hour of massacre has come, will rush out prepared to kill or be killed. And as they have neither arms nor organization, you with some others will put yourself at their head and direct them to the warehouses of Quiroga, where I keep my rifles. Cabesang tales and I will join one another in the city and take possession of it, while you in the suburbs will seize the bridges and throw up barricades, and then be ready to come to our aid to butcher not only those opposing the revolution, but also every man who refuses to take up arms and join us." "All," stammered Basilio in a choking voice. "All," repeated Simon in a sinister tone. "All Indians, mestizos, Chinese, Spaniards, all who are found to be without courage, without energy. The race must be renewed. Cowardly fathers will only breed slavish sons, and it wouldn't be worthwhile to destroy and then try to rebuild with rotten materials. What, do you shudder? Do you tremble? Do you fear to scatter death? What is death? What does a hecatomb of 20,000 wretches signify? 20,000 miseries less, and millions of wretches saved from birth. The most timid ruler does not hesitate to dictate a law that produces misery and lingering death for thousands and thousands of prosperous and industrious subjects, happy perchance, merely to satisfy a caprice, a whim, his pride. And yet you shudder because in one night are to be ended forever the mental tortures of many helots, because a vitiated and paralytic people has to die to give place to another, young, active, full of energy. What is death, nothingness, or a dream? Can its specters be compared to the reality of the agonies of a whole miserable generation? The needful thing is to destroy the evil, to kill the dragon and bathe the new people in the blood, in order to make it strong and invulnerable. What else is the inexorable law of nature, the law of strife in which the weak has to succumb so that the vitiated species be not perpetuated and creation thus travel backwards? Away then with effeminate scruples. Fulfill the eternal laws, foster them, and then the earth will be so much the more fecund the more it is fertilized with blood, and the thrones the more solid the more they rest upon crimes and corpses. Let there be no hesitation, no doubtings. What is the pain of death? A momentary sensation, perhaps confused, perhaps agreeable, like the transition from waking to sleep. What is it that is being destroyed? Evil, suffering, feeble weeds, in order to set in their place luxuriant plants. Do you call that destruction? I should call it creating, producing, nourishing, vivifying. Such bloody sophisms, uttered with conviction and coolness, overwhelmed the youth, weakened as he was by more than 3 months in prison and blinded by his passion for revenge, so he was not in a mood to analyze the moral basis of the matter. Instead of replying that the worst and cowardliest of men is always something more than a plant, because he has a soul and an intelligence, which, however vitiated and brutalized they may be, can be redeemed. Instead of replying that man has no right to dispose of one life for the benefit of another, that the right to life is inherent in every individual like the right to liberty and to light. Instead of replying that if it is an abuse on the part of governments to punish in a culprit the faults and crimes to which they have driven him by their own negligence or stupidity, how much more so would it be in a man, however great and however unfortunate he might be, to punish in a wretched people the faults of its governments and its ancestors. Instead of declaring that God alone can use such methods, that God can destroy because he can create, God who holds in his hands recompense, eternity, and the future to justify his acts, and man never. Instead of these reflections, Basilio merely interposed a cant reflection. What will the world say at the sight of such butchery? The world will applaud, as usual, conceding the right of the strongest, the most violent, replied Simon with his cruel smile. Europe applauded when the Western nations sacrificed millions of Indians in America, and not by any means to found nations much more moral or more pacific. There is the North with its egotistic liberty, its lynch law, its political frauds, the South with its turbulent republics, its barbarous revolutions, civil wars, pronunciamientos, as in its mother Spain. Europe applauded when the powerful Portugal despoiled the Moluccas. It applauds while England is destroying the primitive races in the Pacific to make room for its emigrants. Europe will applaud as the end of a drama, the close of a tragedy, is applauded, for the vulgar do not fix their attention on principles, they look only at results. Commit the crime well, and you will be admired and have more partisans than if you had carried out virtuous actions with modesty and timidity. Exactly, rejoined the youth. What does it matter to me, after all, whether they praise or censure, when this world takes no care of the oppressed, of the poor, and of weak womankind? What obligations have I to recognize toward society when it has recognized none toward me? That's what I like to hear, declared the tempter triumphantly. He took a revolver from a case and gave it to Basilio, saying, "At 10 o'clock wait for me in front of the church of St. Sebastian to receive my final instructions. Ah, at 9 you must be far, very far from Cal Anlog." Basilio examined the weapon, loaded it, and placed it in the inside pocket of his coat, then took his leave with a curt, "I'll see you later." Chapter 34. The Wedding. Once in the street, Basilio began to consider how he might spend the time until the fatal hour arrived, for it was then not later than 7 o'clock. It was the vacation period, and all the students were back in their towns, Isagani being the only one who had not cared to leave, but he had disappeared that morning, and no one knew his whereabouts. So Basilio had been informed when, after leaving the prison, he had gone to visit his friend and ask him for lodging. The young man did not know where to go, for he had no money, nothing but the revolver. The memory of the lamp filled his imagination, the great catastrophe that would occur within 2 hours. Pondering over this, he seemed to see the men who passed before his eyes walking without heads, and he felt a thrill of ferocious joy in telling himself that, hungry and destitute, he that night was going to be dreaded, that from a poor student and servant, perhaps the sun would see him transformed into some one terrible and sinister, standing upon pyramids of corpses, dictating laws to all those who were passing before his gaze, now in magnificent carriages. He laughed like one condemned to death and patted the butt of the revolver. The boxes of cartridges were also in his pockets. A question suddenly occurred to him: where would the drama begin? In his bewilderment, he had not thought of asking Simon, but the latter had warned him to keep away from Cal Anlog. Then came a suspicion. That afternoon, upon leaving the prison, he had proceeded to the former house of Capitan Tiago to get his few personal effects, and had found it transformed, prepared for a fiesta, the wedding of Juanito Pelli's. Simon had spoken of a fiesta. At this moment, he noticed passing in front of him a long line of carriages filled with ladies and gentlemen, conversing in a lively manner, and he even thought he could make out big bouquets of flowers, but he gave the detail no thought. The carriages were going toward Cal Rosario, and in meeting those that came down off the Bridge of Spain, had to move along slowly and stop frequently. In one he saw Juanito Pelli's at the side of a woman, dressed in white with a transparent veil, in whom he recognized Paulita Gomez. "Paulita!" he ejaculated in surprise, realizing that it was indeed she in a bridal gown, along with Juanito Pelli's, as though they were just coming from the church. "Poor Isagani," he murmured, "what can have become of him?" He thought for a while about his friend, a great and generous soul, and mentally asked himself if it would not be well to tell him about the plan, then answered himself that Isagani would never take part in such a butchery. They had not treated Isagani as they had him. Then he thought that had there been no imprisonment, he would have been betrothed or a husband at this time, a licentiate in medicine, living and working in some corner of his province. The ghost of Julie, crushed in her fall, crossed his mind, and dark flames of hatred lighted his eyes. Again he caressed the butt of the revolver, regretting that the terrible hour had not yet come. Just then he saw Simon come out of the door of his house, carrying in his hands the case containing the lamp, carefully wrapped up, and enter a carriage, which then followed those bearing the bridal party. In order not to lose track of Simon, Basilio took a good look at the cochero, and with astonishment recognized in him the wretch who had driven him to San Diego, Sinang, the fellow maltreated by the civil guard, the same who had come to the prison to tell him about the occurrences in Tiani. Conjecturing that Cal Anlog was to be the scene of action, thither the youth directed his steps, hurrying forward and getting ahead of the carriages, which were, in fact, all moving toward the former house of Capitan Tiago. There they were assembling in search of a ball, but actually to dance in the air. Basilio smiled when he noticed the pairs of civil guards who formed the escort, and from their number he could guess the importance of the fiesta and the guests. The house overflowed with people and poured floods of light from its windows. The entrance was carpeted and strewn with flowers. Upstairs there, perhaps in his former solitary room, an orchestra was playing lively airs, which did not completely drown the confused tumult of talk and laughter. Don Timoteo Pelli's was reaching the pinnacle of fortune, and the reality surpassed his dreams. He was, at last, marrying his son to the rich Gomez heiress, and thanks to the money Simon had lent him, he had royally furnished that big house, purchased for half its value, and was giving in it a splendid fiesta, with the foremost divinities of the Manila Olympus for his guests, to gild him with the light of their prestige. Since that morning there had been recurring to him, with the persistence of a popular song, some vague phrases that he had read in the communion service. "Now has the fortunate hour come, now draws nigh the happy moment. Soon there will be fulfilled in you the admirable words of Simon, I live, and yet not I alone, but the Captain General life in me. The Captain General, the patron of his son. True, he had not attended the ceremony, where Don Custodio had represented him, but he would come to dine, he would bring a wedding gift, a lamp which not even Aladdin's. Between you and me, Simon was presenting the lamp. Timodio, what more could you desire? The transformation that Capitan Tiago's house had undergone was considerable. It had been richly repapered, while the smoke and the smell of opium had been completely eradicated. The immense sala, widened still more by the colossal mirrors that infinitely multiplied the lights of the chandeliers, was carpeted throughout. For the salons of Europe had carpets, and even though the floor was of wide boards brilliantly polished, a carpet it must have too, since nothing should be lacking. The rich furniture of Capitan Tiago had disappeared, and in its place was to be seen another kind, in the style of Louis Roman XV. Heavy curtains of red velvet, trimmed with gold, with the initials of the bridal couple worked on them, and upheld by garlands of artificial orange blossoms, hung as portieres and swept the floor with their wide fringes, likewise of gold. In the corners appeared enormous Japanese vases, alternating with those of Sevres of a clear dark blue, placed upon square pedestals of carved wood. The only decorations not in good taste were the screaming chromos which Don Timodio had substituted for the old drawings and pictures of saints of Capitan Tiago. Simon had been unable to dissuade him, for the merchant did not want old paintings. Someone might ascribe them to Filipino artists. He, a patron of Filipino artists, never. On that point depended his peace of mind, and perhaps his life, and he knew how to get along in the Philippines. It is true that he had heard foreign painters mentioned, Raphael, Murillo, Velázquez, but he did not know their addresses, and then they might prove to be somewhat seditious. With the chromos he ran no risk, as the Filipinos did not make them, they came cheaper, the effect was the same, if not better, the colors brighter and the execution very fine. Don't say that Don Timodio did not know how to comport himself in the Philippines. The large hallway was decorated with flowers, having been converted into a dining room, with a long table for 30 persons in the center, and around the sides, pushed against the walls, other smaller ones for 2 or 3 persons each. Bouquets of flowers, pyramids of fruits among ribbons and lights, covered their centers. The groom's place was designated by a bunch of roses and the bride's by another of orange blossoms and tuberoses. In the presence of so much finery and flowers, one could imagine that nymphs in gauzy garments and cupids with iridescent wings were going to serve nectar and ambrosia to aerial guests, to the sound of lyres and Aeolian harps. But the table for the greater gods was not there, being placed yonder in the middle of the wide azotea within a magnificent kiosk constructed especially for the occasion. A lattice of gilded wood over, which clambered fragrant vines, screened the interior from the eyes of the vulgar, without impeding the free circulation of air to preserve the coolness necessary at that season. A raised platform lifted the table above the level of the others, at which the ordinary mortals were going to dine, and an arch decorated by the best artists would protect the august heads from the jealous gaze of the stars. On this table were laid only 7 plates. The dishes were of solid silver, the cloth and napkins of the finest linen, the wines the most costly and exquisite. Don Timodio had sought the most rare and expensive in everything, nor would he have hesitated at crime had he been assured that the Captain General liked to eat human flesh. Chapter 35. The Fiesta. Danser Saber un Vulcan. By 7 in the evening, the guests had begun to arrive. First, the lesser divinities, petty government officials, clerks, and merchants with the most ceremonious greetings and the gravest airs at the start, as if they were parvenus, for so much light, so many decorations, and so much glassware had some effect. Afterwards, they began to be more at ease, shaking their fists playfully, with pats on the shoulders and even familiar slaps on the back. Some, it is true, adopted a rather disdainful air, to let it be seen that they were accustomed to better things. Of course they were. There was one goddess who yawned, for she found everything vulgar and even remarked that she was ravenously hungry, while another quarreled with her god, threatening to box his ears. Don Timoteo bowed here and bowed there, scattered his best smiles, tightened his belt, stepped backward, turned halfway round, then completely around, and so on again and again, until one goddess could not refrain from remarking to her neighbor under cover of her fan, "My dear, how important the old man is. Doesn't he look like a jumping jack?" Later came the bridal couple, escorted by Dona Victorina and the rest of the party. Congratulations, handshakings, patronizing pats for the groom. For the bride, insistent stares and anatomical observations on the part of the men, with analyses of her gown, her toilette, speculations as to her health and strength on the part of the women. Cupid and Psyche appearing on Olympus, thought Benzabe, making a mental note of the comparison to spring it at some better opportunity. The groom had in fact the mischievous features of the god of love, and with a little good, will his hump, which the severity of his frock coat did not altogether conceal, could be taken for a quiver. Don Timoteo began to feel his belt squeezing him, the corns on his feet began to ache, his neck became tired, but still the general had not come. The greater gods, among them Padre Irene and Padre Salvi, had already arrived, it was true, but the chief thunderer was still lacking. The poor man became uneasy, nervous, his heart beat violently, but still he had to bow and smile. He sat down, he arose, failed to hear what was said to him, did not say what he meant. In the meantime, an amateur god made remarks to him about his chromos, criticizing them with the statement that they spoiled the walls. "Spoil the walls?" repeated Don Timoteo, with a smile and a desire to choke him. "But they were made in Europe and are the most costly I could get in Manila. Spoil the walls." Don Timoteo swore to himself that on the very next day he would present for payment all the chits that the critic had signed in his store. Whistles resounded, the galloping of horses was heard, at last. The general, the captain general. Pale with emotion, Don Timoteo, dissembling the pain of his corns and accompanied by his son and some of the greater gods, descended to receive the mighty Jove. The pain at his belt vanished before the doubts that now assailed him. Should he frame a smile or affect gravity? Should he extend his hand or wait for the general to offer his? Carambas! Why had nothing of this occurred to him before, so that he might have consulted his good friend Simon? To conceal his agitation, he whispered to his son in a low, shaky voice, "Have you a speech prepared?" Speeches are no longer in vogue, Papa, especially on such an occasion as this. Jupiter arrived in the company of Juno, who was converted into a tower of artificial lights, with diamonds in her hair, diamonds around her neck, on her arms, on her shoulders. She was literally covered with diamonds. She was arrayed in a magnificent silk gown having a long train decorated with embossed flowers. His Excellency literally took possession of the house, as Don Timoteo stammeringly begged him to do. The orchestra played the royal march while the divine couple majestically ascended the carpeted stairway. Nor was His Excellency's gravity altogether affected. Perhaps for the first time since his arrival in the islands he felt sad, a strain of melancholy tinged his thoughts. This was the last triumph of his 3 years of government, and within 2 days he would descend forever from such an exalted height. What was he leaving behind? His Excellency did not care to turn his head backwards, but preferred to look ahead, to gaze into the future. Although he was carrying away a fortune, large sums to his credit were awaiting him in European banks, and he had residences, yet he had injured many, he had made enemies at the court. The high official was waiting for him there. Other generals had enriched themselves as rapidly as he, and now they were ruined. Why not stay longer, as Simon had advised him to do? No, good taste before everything else. The bows, moreover, were not now so profound as before. He noticed insistent stares and even looks of dislike, but still, he replied affably and even attempted to smile. "It's plain that the sun is setting," observed Padre Irene in Benzabe's ear. Many now stare him in the face. The devil with the curate, that was just what he was going to remark. "My dear," murmured into the ear of a neighbor the lady who had referred to Don Timoteo as a jumping jack. "Did you ever see such a skirt?" The curtains from the palace." "You don't say, but it's true, they're carrying everything away. You'll see how they make wraps out of the carpets." "That only goes to show that she has talent and taste," observed her husband, reproving her with a look. "Women should be economical." This poor god was still suffering from the dressmaker's bill. "My dear, give me curtains at 12 pesos a yard, and you'll see if I put on these rags," retorted the goddess in pique. "Heavens, you can talk when you have done something fine like that to give you the right." Meanwhile, Basilio stood before the house, lost in the throng of curious spectators, counting those who alighted from their carriages. When he looked upon so many persons, happy and confident, when he saw the bride and groom followed by their train of fresh and innocent little girls, and reflected that they were going to meet there a horrible death, he was sorry and felt his hatred waning within him. He wanted to save so many innocents, he thought of notifying the police, but a carriage drove up to set down Padre Salvi and Padre Irene, both beaming with content, and like a passing cloud his good intentions vanished. "What does it matter to me?" he asked himself. "Let the righteous suffer with the sinners." Then he added to silence his scruples, "I'm not an informer, I mustn't abuse the confidence he has placed in me. I owe him more than I do them. He dug my mother's grave, they killed her. What have I to do with them? I did everything possible to be good and useful, I tried to forgive and forget, I suffered every imposition and only asked that they leave me in peace. I got in no one's way. What have they done to me? Let their mangled limbs fly through the air. We've suffered enough." Then he saw Simon alight with the terrible lamp in his hands, saw him cross the entrance with bowed head, as though deep in thought. Basilio felt his heart beat fainter, his feet and hands turn cold, while the black silhouette of the jeweler assumed fantastic shapes enveloped in flames. There at the foot of the stairway, Simon checked his steps, as if in doubt, and Basilio held his breath. But the hesitation was transient. Simon raised his head, resolutely ascended the stairway, and disappeared. It then seemed to the student that the house was going to blow up at any moment, and that walls, lamps, guests, roof, windows, orchestra would be hurtling through the air like a handful of coals in the midst of an infernal explosion. He gazed about him and fancied that he saw corpses in place of idle spectators. He saw them torn to shreds. It seemed to him that the air was filled with flames, but his calmer self triumphed over this transient hallucination, which was due somewhat to his hunger. "Until he comes out, there's no danger," he said to himself. "The Captain General hasn't arrived yet." He tried to appear calm and control the convulsive trembling in his limbs, endeavoring to divert his thoughts to other things. Something within was ridiculing him, saying, "If you tremble now, before the supreme moment, how will you conduct yourself when you see blood flowing, houses burning, and bullets whistling?" His Excellency arrived, but the young man paid no attention to him. He was watching the face of Simon, who was among those that descended to receive him, and he read in that implacable countenance the sentence of death for all those men, so that fresh terror seized upon him. He felt cold, he leaned against the wall, and with his eyes fixed on the windows and his ears cocked, tried to guess what might be happening. In the sala he saw the crowd surround Simon to look at the lamp. He heard congratulations and exclamations of admiration. The words "dining room," "novelty," were repeated many times. He saw the general smile and conjectured that the novelty was to be exhibited that very night by the jeweler's arrangement, on the table whereat His Excellency was to dine. Simon disappeared, followed by a crowd of admirers. At that supreme moment his good angel triumphed, he forgot his hatreds, he forgot Julie, he wanted to save the innocent. Come what might, he would cross the street and try to enter. But Basilio had forgotten that he was miserably dressed. The porter stopped him and accosted him roughly, and finally, upon his insisting, threatened to call the police. Just then Simon came down, slightly pale, and the porter turned from Basilio to salute the jeweler as though he had been a saint passing. Basilio realized from the expression of Simon's face that he was leaving the fated house forever, that the lamp was lighted. Alia jacta est. Seized by the instinct of self-preservation, he thought then of saving himself. It might occur to any of the guests through curiosity to tamper with the wick, and then would come the explosion to overwhelm them all. Still he heard Simon say to the cochero, "The escolta, hurry." Terrified, dreading that he might at any moment hear the awful explosion, Basilio hurried as fast as his legs would carry him to get away from the accursed spot. But his legs seemed to lack the necessary agility. His feet slipped on the sidewalk as though they were moving but not advancing. The people he met blocked the way, and before he had gone 20 steps, he thought that at least 5 minutes had elapsed. Some distance away, he stumbled against a young man who was standing with his head thrown back, gazing fixedly at the house, and in him he recognized Isagani. "What are you doing here?" he demanded. "Come away." Isagani stared at him vaguely, smiled sadly, and again turned his gaze toward the open balconies, across which was revealed the ethereal silhouette of the bride clinging to the groom's arm as they moved slowly out of sight. "Come, Isagani, let's get away from that house. Come," Basilio urged in a hoarse voice, catching his friend by the arm. Isagani gently shook himself free and continued to stare with the same sad smile upon his lips. "For God's sake, let's get away from here." "Why should I go away? Tomorrow it will not be she." There was so much sorrow in those words that Basilio for a moment forgot his own terror. "Do you want to die?" he demanded. Isagani shrugged his shoulders and continued to gaze toward the house. Basilio again tried to drag him away. Isagani, listen to me. Let's not waste any time. That house is mine. It's going to blow up at any moment by the least imprudent act, the least curiosity. Isagani, all will perish in its ruins." "In its ruins," echoed Isagani, as if trying to understand, but without removing his gaze from the window. "Yes, in its ruins, yes, Isagani. For God's sake, come, I'll explain afterwards. Come, one who has been more unfortunate than either you or I has doomed them all. Do you see that white, clear light like an electric lamp shining from the azotea? It's the light of death. A lamp charged with dynamite in a mine dining room will burst and not a rat will escape alive. Come." "No," answered Isagani, shaking his head sadly. "I want to stay here. I want to see her for the last time. Tomorrow, you see, she will be something different." "Let fate have its way," Basilio then exclaimed, hurrying away. Isagani watched his friend rush away with a precipitation that indicated real terror, but continued to stare toward the charmed window, like the Cavalier of Toggenburg waiting for his sweetheart to appear, as Schiller tells. Now the sala was deserted, all having repaired to the dining rooms, and it occurred to Isagani that Basilio's fears may have been well-founded. He recalled the terrified countenance of him who was always so calm and composed, and it set him to thinking. Suddenly an idea appeared clear in his imagination. The house was going to blow up and Paulita was there. Paulita was going to die a frightful death. In the presence of this idea, everything was forgotten. Jealousy, suffering, mental torture, and the generous youth thought only of his love. Without reflecting, without hesitation, he ran toward the house, and thanks to his stylish clothes and determined mien, easily secured admittance. While these short scenes were occurring in the street, in the dining kiosk of the greater gods, there was passed from hand to hand a piece of parchment on which were written in red ink these fateful words. "Min tekel, fares Juan Crisostomo Ibarra." "Juan Crisostomo Ibarra, who is he?" asked His Excellency, handing the paper to his neighbor. "A joke in very bad taste," exclaimed Don Custodio. "To sign the name of a filibuster dead more than 10 years. A filibuster. It's a seditious joke. There being ladies present." Padre Irene looked around for the joker and saw Padre Salvi, who was seated at the right of the Countess, turn as white as his napkin, while he stared at the mysterious words with bulging eyes. The scene of the Sphinx recurred to him. "What's the matter, Padre Salvi?" he asked. "Do you recognize your friend's signature?" Padre Salvi did not reply. He made an effort to speak, and without being conscious of what he was doing wiped his forehead with his napkin. "What has happened to your reverence?" "It is his very handwriting," was the whispered reply in a scarcely perceptible voice. "It's the very handwriting of Ibarra." Leaning against the back of his chair, he let his arms fall as though all strength had deserted him. Uneasiness became converted into fright. They all stared at one another without uttering a single word. His Excellency started to rise, but apprehending that such a move would be ascribed to fear, controlled himself and looked about him. There were no soldiers present, even the waiters were unknown to him. "Let's go on eating, gentlemen," he exclaimed, "and pay no attention to the joke." But his voice, instead of reassuring, increased the general uneasiness, for it trembled. "I don't suppose that tekel, fares, means that we're to be assassinated tonight," speculated Don Custodio. All remained motionless, but when he added, "Yet they might poison us," they leaped up from their chairs. The light, meanwhile, had begun slowly to fade. "The lamp is going out," observed the general uneasily. "Will you turn up the wick, Padre Irene?" But at that instant, with the swiftness of a flash of lightning, a figure rushed in, overturning a chair and knocking a servant down, and in the midst of the general surprise seized the lamp, rushed to the azotea, and threw it into the river. The whole thing happened in a second, and the dining kiosk was left in darkness. The lamp had already struck the water before the servants could cry out, "Thief, thief," and rush toward the azotea. "A revolver," cried one of them. "A revolver, quick, after the thief." But the figure, more agile than they, had already mounted the balustrade, and before a light could be brought, precipitated itself into the river, striking the water with a loud splash. Chapter 36. Ben-Zaib's Afflictions. Immediately upon hearing of the incident, after lights had been brought and the scarcely dignified attitudes of the startled gods revealed, Ben-Zaib, filled with holy indignation, and with the approval of the press censor secured beforehand, hastened home, an entresol where he lived in a mess with others, to write an article that would be the sublimest ever penned under the skies of the Philippines. The Captain General would leave disconsolate if he did not first enjoy his dithyrambs, and this Ben-Zaib, in his kindness of heart, could not allow. Hence he sacrificed the dinner and ball, nor did he sleep that night. Sonorous exclamations of horror, of indignation, to fancy that the world was smashing to pieces and the stars, the eternal stars, were clashing together. Then a mysterious introduction, filled with allusions, veiled hints, then an account of the affair and the final peroration. He multiplied the flourishes and exhausted all his euphemisms in describing the drooping shoulders and the tardy baptism of salad His Excellency had received on his Olympian brow. He eulogized the agility with which the general had recovered a vertical position, placing his head where his legs had been, and vice versa, then intoned a hymn to Providence for having so solicitously guarded those sacred bones. The paragraph turned out to be so perfect that His Excellency appeared as a hero and fell higher, as Victor Hugo said. He wrote, erased, added, and polished so that, without wanting in veracity, this was his special merit as a journalist. The whole would be an epic, grand for the seven gods, cowardly and base for the unknown thief, who had executed himself, terror-stricken, and in the very act convinced of the enormity of his crime. He explained Padre Irene's act of plunging under the table as an impulse of innate valor, which the habit of a god of peace and gentleness, worn throughout a whole life, had been unable to extinguish. For Padre Irene had tried to hurl himself upon the thief and had taken a straight course along the submensal route. In passing, he spoke of submarine passages, mentioned a project of Don Custodio, called attention to the liberal education and wide travels of the priest. Padre Salvi's swoon was the excessive sorrow that took possession of the virtuous Franciscan to see the little fruit borne among the Indians by his pious sermons, while the immobility and fright of the other guests, among them the Countess, who sustained Padre Salvi, she grabbed him, were the serenity and sang-froid of heroes, inured to danger in the performance of their duties, beside whom the Roman senators surprised by the Gallic invaders were nervous schoolgirls frightened at painted cockroaches. Afterwards, to form a contrast, the picture of the thief. Fear, madness, confusion, the fierce look, the distorted features, and force of moral superiority in the race, his religious awe to see assembled there such august personages. Here came inopportunely a long imprecation, a harangue, a diatribe against the perversion of good customs, hence the necessity of a permanent military tribunal. A declaration of martial law within the limits already so declared, special legislation, energetic and repressive, because it is in every way needful. It is of imperative importance to impress upon the malefactors and criminals that if the heart is generous and paternal for those who are submissive and obedient to the law, the hand is strong, firm, inexorable, hard, and severe for those who against all reason fail to respect it and who insult the sacred institutions of the fatherland. Yes, gentlemen, this is demanded not only for the welfare of these islands, not only for the welfare of all mankind, but also in the name of Spain, the honor of the Spanish name, the prestige of the Iberian people, because before all things else Spaniards we are, and the flag of Spain, etc. He terminated the article with this farewell. Go in peace, gallant warrior, you who with expert hand have guided the destinies of this country in such calamitous times. Go in peace to breathe the balmy breezes of Manzanares. We shall remain here like faithful sentinels to venerate your memory, to admire your wise dispositions, to avenge the infamous attempt upon your splendid gift, which we will recover even if we have to dry up the seas. Such a precious relic will be for this country an eternal monument to your splendor, your presence of mind, your gallantry. In this rather confused way he concluded the article, and before dawn sent it to the printing office, of course with the censor's permit. Then he went to sleep like Napoleon, after he had arranged the plan for the Battle of Jena. But at dawn, he was awakened to have the sheets of copy returned with a note from the editor, saying that His Excellency had positively and severely forbidden any mention of the affair, and had further ordered the denial of any versions and comments that might get abroad, discrediting them as exaggerated rumors. To Benzabe, this blow was the murder of a beautiful and sturdy child, born and nurtured with such great pain and fatigue. Where now hurl the Catalanarian pride, the splendid exhibition of warlike crime-avenging materials. And to think that within a month or two he was going to leave the Philippines, and the article could not be published in Spain, since how could he say those things about the criminals of Madrid, where other ideas prevailed, where extenuating circumstances were sought, where facts were weighed, where there were juries, and so on. Articles such as his were like certain poisonous rums that are manufactured in Europe, good enough to be sold among the Negroes, good for Negroes, with the difference that if the Negroes did not drink them, they would not be destroyed, while Benzabe's articles, whether the Filipinos read them or not, had their effect. If only some other crime might be committed today or tomorrow, he mused. With the thought of that child dead before seeing the light, those frozen buds, and feeling his eyes fill with tears, he dressed himself to call upon the editor. But the editor shrugged his shoulders. His Excellency had forbidden it because if it should be divulged that 7 of the greater gods had let themselves be surprised and robbed by a nobody, while they brandished knives and forks, that would endanger the integrity of the fatherland. So he had ordered that no search be made for the lamp or the thief, and had recommended to his successors that they should not run the risk of dining in any private house, without being surrounded by halberdiers and guards. As those who knew anything about the events that night in Don Timoteo's house were for the most part military officials and government employees, it was not difficult to suppress the affair in public, for it concerned the integrity of the fatherland. Before this name, Benzabe bowed his head heroically, thinking about Abraham, Guzman el Bueno, or at least Brutus and other heroes of antiquity. Such a sacrifice could not remain unrewarded, the gods of journalism being pleased with Abraham Benzabe. Almost upon the hour came the reporting angel bearing the sacrificial lamb in the shape of an assault committed at a country house on the Pasig, where certain friars were spending the heated season. Here was his opportunity, and Benzabe praised his gods. The robbers got over 2,000 pesos, leaving badly wounded one friar and two servants. The curate defended himself as well as he could behind a chair, which was smashed in his hands. Wait, said Benzabe, taking notes. 40 or 50 outlaws traitorously, revolvers, bolos, shotguns, pistols, lion at bay, chair, splinters flying, barbarously wounded, 10,000 pesos. So great was his enthusiasm that he was not content with mere reports, but proceeded in person to the scene of the crime, composing on the road a Homeric description of the fight. A harangue in the mouth of the leader, a scornful defiance on the part of the priest. All the metaphors and similes applied to his excellency, Padre Irene and Padre Salvi, would exactly fit the wounded friar, and the description of the thief would serve for each of the outlaws. The imprecation could be expanded, since he could talk of religion, of the faith, of charity, of the ringing of bells, of what the Indians owed to the friars. He could get sentimental and melt into Castellarian epigrams and lyric periods. The senoritas of the city would read the article and murmur, Benzabe, bold as a lion and tender as a lamb. But when he reached the scene, to his great astonishment, he learned that the wounded friar was no other than Padre Camorra, sentenced by his provincial to expiate in the pleasant country house on the banks of the Pasig his pranks in Tiani. He had a slight scratch on his hand, and a bruise on his head received from flattening himself out on the floor. The robbers numbered 3 or 4, armed only with bolos, the sum stolen 50 pesos. "It won't do," exclaimed Benzabe. "Shut up, you don't know what you're talking about." "How don't I know, Punils?" "Don't be a fool, the robbers must have numbered more." "You ink slinger." So they had quite an altercation. What chiefly concerned Benzabe was not to throw away the article, to give importance to the affair, so that he could use the peroration. But a fearful rumor cut short their dispute. The robbers caught had made some important revelations. One of the outlaws under Matinglawin, Cabesang Tales, had made an appointment with them to join his band in Santa Mesa, thence to sack the conventos and houses of the wealthy. They would be guided by a Spaniard, tall and sunburnt, with white hair, who said that he was acting under the orders of the general, whose great friend he was, and they had been further assured that the artillery and various regiments would join them, wherefore they were to entertain no fear at all. The Chalicines would be pardoned and have a third part of the booty assigned to them. The signal was to have been a cannon shot, but having waited for it in vain, the Chalicines, thinking themselves deceived, separated, some going back to their homes, some returning to the mountains vowing vengeance on the Spaniard, who had thus failed twice to keep his word. Then they, the robbers caught, had decided to do something on their own account, attacking the country house that they found closest at hand, resolving religiously to give 2/3 of the booty to the Spaniard with white hair, if perchance he should call upon them for it. The description being recognized as that of Simon, the declaration was received as an absurdity, and the robber subjected to all kinds of tortures, including the electric machine, for his impious blasphemy. But news of the disappearance of the jeweler having attracted the attention of the whole escolta, and the sacks of powder and great quantities of cartridges having been discovered in his house, the story began to wear an appearance of truth. Mystery began to enwrap the affair, enveloping it in clouds. There were whispered conversations, coughs, suspicious looks, suggestive comments, and trite second-hand remarks. Those who were on the inside were unable to get over their astonishment. They put on long faces, turned pale, and but little was wanting for many persons to lose their minds in realizing certain things that had before passed unnoticed. "We've had a narrow escape," who would have said? In the afternoon, Benzabe, his pockets filled with revolvers and cartridges, went to see Don Custodio, whom he found hard at work over a project against American jewelers. In a hushed voice, he whispered between the palms of his hands into the journalist's ear mysterious words. "Really?" questioned Benzabe, slapping his hand on his pocket and paling visibly. "Wherever he may be found," the sentence was completed with an expressive pantomime. Don Custodio raised both arms to the height of his face, with the right more bent than the left, turned the palms of his hands toward the floor, closed one eye, and made 2 movements in advance. SSH, SSH, he hissed. And the diamonds? Inquired Ben Zabe. If they find him? He went through another pantomime with the fingers of his right hand, spreading them out and clenching them together like the closing of a fan, clutching out with them somewhat in the manner of the wings of a windmill sweeping imaginary objects toward itself with practiced skill. Ben Zabe responded with another pantomime, opening his eyes wide, arching his eyebrows, and sucking in his breath eagerly as though nutritious air had just been discovered. SSSH. Chapter 37. The Mystery. Tadusi Sabe. Notwithstanding so many precautions, rumors reached the public, even though quite changed and mutilated. On the following night, they were the theme of comment in the house of Orenda, a rich jewel merchant in the industrious district of Santa Cruz, and the numerous friends of the family gave attention to nothing else. They were not indulging in cards or playing the piano, while little Tine, the youngest of the girls, became bored playing chanka by herself, without being able to understand the interest awakened by assaults, conspiracies, and sacks of powder. When there were in the 7 holes so many beautiful cowries that seemed to be winking at her in unison, and smiled with their tiny mouths half opened, begging to be carried up to the home. Even Isagani, who, when he came, always used to play with her and allow himself to be beautifully cheated, did not come at her call. For Isagani was gloomily and silently listening to something Chich the silversmith was relating. Mom, the betrothed of Sensia, the eldest of the daughters, a pretty and vivacious girl, rather given to joking, had left the window where he was accustomed to spend his evenings in amorous discourse. And this action seemed to be very annoying to the lorry whose cage hung from the eaves there, the lorry endeared to the house from its ability to greet everybody in the morning with marvelous phrases of love. Capitana Lolang, the energetic and intelligent Capitana Lolang, had her account book open before her, but she neither read nor wrote in it, nor was her attention fixed on the trays of loose pearls, nor on the diamonds. She had completely forgotten herself and was all ears. Her husband himself, the great Capitan Toringo, a transformation of the name Domingo, the happiest man in the district, without other occupation than to dress well, eat, loaf, and gossip, while his whole family worked and toiled, had not gone to join his coterie, but was listening between fear and emotion to the hair-raising news of the lank Chich. Nor was reason for all this lacking. Chich had gone to deliver some work for Don Timoteo Pelli's, a pair of earrings for the bride, at the very time when they were tearing down the kiosk that on the previous night had served as a dining room for the foremost officials. Here Chichi turned pale and his hair stood on end. "Naku," he exclaimed. "Sacks and sacks of powder under the floor, in the roof, under the table, under the chairs, everywhere. It's lucky none of the workmen were smoking." "Who put those sacks of powder there?" asked Capitana Lolang, who was brave and did not turn pale, as did the enamored Mommy. But Mom had attended the wedding, so his posthumous emotion can be appreciated. He had been near the kiosk. "That's what no one can explain," replied Chichi. "Who would have any interest in breaking up the fiesta? There couldn't have been more than one, as the celebrated lawyer Senor Pasta, who was there on a visit, declared. either an enemy of Don Timoteo's or a rival of Juanito's. The Orenda girls turned instinctively toward Isagani, who smiled silently. "Hide yourself," Capitana Loleng advised him. "They may accuse you, hide." Again Isagani smiled, but said nothing. Don Timoteo, continued Chich, did not know to whom to attribute the deed. He himself superintended the work, he and his friend Simon, and nobody else. The house was thrown into an uproar, the lieutenant of the guard came, and after enjoining secrecy upon everybody, they sent me away. But, stammered the trembling Mame. "Naku," ejaculated Sensia, gazing at her fiancé and trembling sympathetically to remember that he had been at the fiesta. This young man, if the house had blown up, she stared at her sweetheart passionately and admired his courage. If it had blown up, no one in the whole of Cal Anlog would have been left alive, concluded Capitan Toringoy, feigning valor and indifference in the presence of his family. "I left in consternation," resumed Chichi, thinking about how, if a mere spark, a cigarette had fallen, if a lamp had been overturned, at the present moment we should have neither a general, nor an archbishop, nor anyone, not even a government clerk. All who were at the fiesta last night, annihilated. Virgin Santissima, this young man. "Sus Mariosip," exclaimed Capitana Loleng. "All our debtors were there, Sus Mariosip, and we have a house near there. Who could it have been?" "Now you may know about it," added Chich in a whisper, "but you must keep it a secret. This afternoon I met a friend, a clerk in an office, and in talking about the affair, he gave me the clue to the mystery. He had it from some government employees. Who do you suppose put the sacks of powder there?" Many shrugged their shoulders, while Capitan Toringoy merely looked askance at Isagani. "The friars. Quiroga the Chinaman. Some student. Macareg." Capitan Toringoy coughed and glanced at Isagani, while Chich shook his head and smiled. "The jeweler Simon." "Simon." The profound silence of amazement followed these words. Simon, the evil genius of the Captain General, the rich trader to whose house they had gone to buy unset gems, Simon, who had received the Orenda girls with great courtesy and had paid them fine compliments. For the very reason that the story seemed absurd, it was believed. "Credo quia absurdum," said St. Augustine. "But wasn't Simon at the fiesta last night?" asked Sensia. "Yes," said Mom, "but now I remember. He left the house just as we were sitting down to the dinner. He went to get his wedding gift." "But wasn't he a friend of the general's? Wasn't he a partner of Don Timoteo S.?" "Yes, he made himself a partner in order to strike the blow and kill all the Spaniards." "Aha," cried Sensia, "now I understand." "What?" "You didn't want to believe Aunt Tente. Simon is the devil, and he has bought up the souls of all the Spaniards. Aunt Tente said so." Capitana Loleng crossed herself and looked uneasily toward the jewels, fearing to see them turn into live coals, while Capitan Toringoy took off the ring which had come from Simon. "Simon has disappeared without leaving any traces," added Chich. "The civil guard is searching for him." "Yes," observed Sensia, crossing herself, "searching for the devil." Now many things were explained. Simon's fabulous wealth and the peculiar smell in his house, the smell of sulfur. Binde, another of the daughters, a frank and lovely girl, remembered having seen blue flames in the jeweler's house one afternoon when she and her mother had gone there to buy jewels. Isagani listened attentively, but said nothing. "So last night," ventured Mom. "Last night," echoed Sensia, between curiosity and fear. Mom hesitated, but the face Sensia put on banished his fear. "Last night, while we were eating, there was a disturbance. The light in the general's dining room went out. They say that some unknown person stole the lamp that was presented by Simon. A thief, one of the Black Hand." Isagani arose to walk back and forth. "Didn't they catch him?" "He jumped into the river before anybody recognized him. Some say he was a Spaniard, some a Chinaman, and others an Indian. It's believed that with the lamp," added Chich, "he was going to set fire to the house, then the powder." Mom again shuddered, but noticing that Sensia was watching him tried to control himself. "What a pity," he exclaimed with an effort. "How wickedly the thief acted. Everybody would have been killed." Sensia stared at him in fright. The women crossed themselves, while Capitan Toringoy, who was afraid of politics, made a move to go away. Mom turned to Isagani, who observed with an enigmatic smile. "It's always wicked to take what doesn't belong to you. If that thief had known what it was all about and had been able to reflect, surely he wouldn't have done as he did." Then, after a pause, he added, "For nothing in the world would I want to be in his place." So they continued their comments and conjectures until an hour later, when Isagani bade the family farewell to return forever to his uncle's side. Chapter 38. Fatality. Matinglawan was the terror of Luzon. His band had as lief appear in one province where it was least expected as make a descent upon another that was preparing to resist it. It burned a sugar mill in Batangas and destroyed the crops. On the following day, it murdered the justice of the peace of Tiani, and on the next took possession of the town of Cavite, carrying off the arms from the town hall. The central provinces, from Tayabas to Pangasinan, suffered from his depredations, and his bloody name extended from Albay in the south to Cagayan in the north. The towns, disarmed through mistrust on the part of a weak government, fell easy prey into his hands. At his approach, the fields were abandoned by the farmers, the herds were scattered, while a trail of blood and fire marked his passage. Matinglawan laughed at the severe measures ordered by the government against the Chalisanes, since from them only the people in the outlying villages suffered, being captured and maltreated if they resisted the band, and if they made peace with it being flogged and deported by the government, provided they completed the journey and did not meet with a fatal accident on the way. Thanks to these terrible alternatives, many of the country folk decided to enlist under his command. As a result of this reign of terror, trade among the towns, already languishing, died out completely. The rich dared not travel, and the poor feared to be arrested by the civil guard, which, being under obligation to pursue the Chalisanes, often seized the first person encountered and subjected him to unspeakable tortures. In its impotence, the government put on a show of energy toward the persons whom it suspected, in order that by force of cruelty the people should not realize its weakness, the fear that prompted such measures. A string of these hapless suspects, some 6 or 7, with their arms tied behind them, bound together like a bunch of human meat, was one afternoon marching through the excessive heat along a road that skirted a mountain, escorted by 10 or 12 guards armed with rifles. Their bayonets gleamed in the sun, the barrels of their rifles became hot, and even the sage leaves in their helmets scarcely served to temper the effect of the deadly May sun. Deprived of the use of their arms and pressed close against one another to save rope, the prisoners moved along almost uncovered and unshod, he being the best off who had a handkerchief twisted around his head. Panting, suffering, covered with dust which perspiration converted into mud, they felt their brains melting. They saw lights dancing before them, red spots floating in the air. Exhaustion and dejection were pictured in their faces, desperation, wrath, something indescribable, the look of one who dies cursing, of a man who is weary of life, who hates himself, who blasphemes against God. The strongest lowered their heads to rub their faces against the dusky backs of those in front of them and thus wipe away the sweat that was blinding them. Many were limping, But if any one of them happened to fall and thus delay the march, he would hear a curse as a soldier ran up brandishing a branch torn from a tree and forced him to rise by striking about in all directions. The string then started to run, dragging, rolling in the dust, the fallen one, who howled and begged to be killed. But perchance he succeeded in getting on his feet and then went along crying like a child and cursing the hour he was born. The human cluster halted at times while the guards drank, and then the prisoners continued on their way with parched mouths, darkened brains, and hearts full of curses. Thirst was for these wretches the least of their troubles. "Move on, you sons of," cried a soldier, again refreshed, hurling the insult common among the lower classes of Filipinos. The branch whistled and fell on any shoulder whatsoever, the nearest one, or at times upon a face to leave a welt at first white, then red, and later dirty with the dust of the road. "Move on, you cowards," at times a voice yelled in Spanish, deepening its tone. "Cowards," repeated the mountain echoes. Then the cowards quickened their pace under a sky of red-hot iron, over a burning road, lashed by the knotty branch which was worn into shreds on their livid skins. A Siberian winter would perhaps be tenderer than the May sun of the Philippines. Yet among the soldiers there was one who looked with disapproving eyes upon so much wanton cruelty, as he marched along silently with his brows knit in disgust. At length, seeing that the guard, not satisfied with the branch, was kicking the prisoners that fell, he could no longer restrain himself but cried out impatiently, "Here, Mauding, let them alone." Mauding turned toward him in surprise. "What's it to you, Carolino?" he asked. "To me nothing, but it hurts me," replied Carolino. "They're men like ourselves." "It's plain that you're new to the business," retorted Mauding with a compassionate smile. "How did you treat the prisoners in the war?" "With more consideration, surely," answered Carolino. Mauding remained silent for a moment, and then, apparently having discovered the reason, calmly rejoined, "Ah, it's because they are enemies and fight us, while these are our own countrymen." Then drawing nearer to Carolino he whispered, "How stupid you are! They are treated so in order that they may attempt to resist or to escape, and then, bang." Carolino made no reply. One of the prisoners then begged that they let him stop for a moment. "This is a dangerous place," answered the corporal, gazing uneasily toward the mountain. "Move on." "Move on," echoed Mauding, and his lash whistled. The prisoner twisted himself around to stare at him with reproachful eyes. "You are more cruel than the Spaniard himself," he said. Mauding replied with more blows, when suddenly a bullet whistled, followed by a loud report. Mauding dropped his rifle, uttered an oath, and clutching at his breast with both hands fell spinning into a heap. The prisoner saw him writhing in the dust with blood spurting from his mouth. "Halt!" called the corporal, suddenly turning pale. The soldiers stopped and stared about them. A wisp of smoke rose from a thicket on the height above. Another bullet sang to its accompanying report, and the corporal, wounded in the thigh, doubled over vomiting curses. The column was attacked by men hidden among the rocks above. Sullen with rage, the corporal motioned toward the string of prisoners and laconically ordered, "Fire!" The wretches fell upon their knees, filled with consternation. As they could not lift their hands, they begged for mercy by kissing the dust or bowing their heads. One talked of his children, another of his mother who would be left unprotected, one promised money, another called upon God, but the muzzles were quickly lowered, and a hideous volley silenced them all. Then began the sharpshooting against those who were behind the rocks above, over which a light cloud of smoke began to hover. To judge from the scarcity of their shots, the invisible enemies could not have more than 3 rifles. As they advanced firing, the guards sought cover behind tree trunks or crouched down as they attempted to scale the height. Splintered rocks leaped up, broken twigs fell from trees, patches of earth were torn up, and the first guard who attempted the ascent rolled back with a bullet through his shoulder. The hidden enemy had the advantage of position, but the valiant guards, who did not know how to flee, were on the point of retiring, for they had paused, unwilling to advance. That fight against the invisible unnerved them. Smoke and rocks alone could be seen, not a voice was heard, not a shadow appeared. They seemed to be fighting with the mountain. "Shoot, Carolino, what are you aiming at?" called the corporal. At that instant, a man appeared upon a rock, making signs with his rifle. "Shoot him," ordered the corporal with a foul oath. 3 guards obeyed the order, but the man continued standing there, calling out at the top of his voice something unintelligible. Carolino paused, thinking that he recognized something familiar about that figure, which stood out plainly in the sunlight. But the corporal threatened to tie him up if he did not fire, so Carolino took aim, and the report of his rifle was heard. The man on the rock spun around and disappeared with a cry that left Carolino horror-stricken. Then followed a rustling in the bushes, indicating that those within were scattering in all directions, so the soldiers boldly advanced, now that there was no more resistance. Another man appeared upon the rock, waving a spear, and they fired at him. He sank down slowly, catching at the branch of a tree, but with another volley fell face downwards on the rock. The guards climbed on nimbly, with bayonets fixed ready for a hand-to-hand fight. Carolino alone moved forward reluctantly, with a wandering, gloomy look, the cry of the man struck by his bullet still ringing in his ears. The first to reach the spot found an old man dying, stretched out on the rock. He plunged his bayonet into the body, but the old man did not even wink, his eyes being fixed on Carolino with an indescribable gaze, while with his bony hand he pointed to something behind the rock. The soldiers turned to see Caroline frightfully pale, his mouth hanging open, with a look in which glimmered the last spark of reason. For Carolino, who was no other than Tano Cape-Sangtail's son, and who had just returned from the Carolines, recognized in the dying man his grandfather, Tandang Silo. No longer able to speak, the old man's dying eyes uttered a whole poem of grief, and then a corpse, he still continued to point to something behind the rock. Chapter 39. Conclusion. In his solitary retreat on the shore of the sea, whose mobile surface was visible through the open windows extending outward, until it mingled with the horizon, Padre Florentino was relieving the monotony by playing on his harmonium sad and melancholy tunes, to which the sonorous roar of the surf and the sighing of the treetops of the neighboring wood served as accompaniments. Notes long, full, mournful as a prayer, yet still vigorous, escaped from the old instrument. Padre Florentino, who was an accomplished musician, was improvising, and, as he was alone, gave free rein to the sadness in his heart. For the truth was that the old man was very sad. His good friend, Don Tiburcio d'Espadana, had just left him, fleeing from the persecution of his wife. That morning he had received a note from the lieutenant of the civil guard, which ran thus: "My dear chaplain, I have just received from the commandant a telegram that says, 'Spaniard hidden house Padre Florentino capture forward alive dead.' As the telegram is quite explicit, warn your friend not to be there when I come to arrest him at 8 tonight. Affectionately, Perez." Burn this note. "T that V Victorina," Don Tiburcio had stammered. "SGC capable of having me shot." Padre Florentino was unable to reassure him. Vainly he pointed out to him that the word Codra should have read Codra, and that the hidden Spaniard could not be Don Tiburcio, but the jeweler Simon, who 2 days before had arrived, wounded and a fugitive, begging for shelter. But Don Tiburcio would not be convinced. Codra was his own lameness, his personal description, and it was an intrigue of Victorina's to get him back alive or dead, as Isagani had written from Manila. So the poor Ulysses had left the priest house to conceal himself in the hut of a woodcutter. No doubt was entertained by Padre Florentino that the Spaniard wanted was the jeweler Simon, who had arrived mysteriously, himself carrying the jewel chest, bleeding, morose, and exhausted. With the free and cordial Filipino hospitality, the priest had taken him in, without asking indiscreet questions, and as news of the events in Manila had not yet reached his ears, he was unable to understand the situation clearly. The only conjecture that occurred to him was that the general, the jeweler's friend and protector, being gone, probably his enemies, the victims of wrong and abuse, were now rising and calling for vengeance, and that the acting governor was pursuing him to make him disgorge the wealth he had accumulated, hence his flight. But whence came his wounds? Had he tried to commit suicide? Were they the result of personal revenge, or were they merely caused by an accident, as Simon claimed? Had they been received in escaping from the force that was pursuing him? This last conjecture was the one that seemed to have the greatest appearance of probability, being further strengthened by the telegram received, and Simon's decided unwillingness from the start to be treated by the doctor from the capital. The jeweler submitted only to the ministrations of Don Tiburcio, and even to them with marked distrust. In this situation, Padre Florentino was asking himself what line of conduct he should pursue when the civil guard came to arrest Simon. His condition would not permit his removal, much less a long journey, but the telegram said alive or dead. Padre Florentine ceased playing and approached the window to gaze out at the sea, whose desolate surface was without a ship, without a sail. It gave him no suggestion. A solitary islet outlined in the distance spoke only of solitude and made the space more lonely. Infinity is at times despairingly mute. The old man was trying to analyze the sad and ironical smile with which Simon had received the news that he was to be arrested. What did that smile mean? And that other smile, still sadder and more ironical, with which he received the news that they would not come before 8 at night. What did all this mystery signify? Why did Simon refuse to hide? There came into his mind the celebrated saying of St. John Chrysostom when he was defending the eunuch Eutropius. Never was a better time than this to say, "Vanity of vanities, and all is vanity." Yes, that Simon, so rich, so powerful, so feared a week ago, and now more unfortunate than Eutropius, was seeking refuge not at the altars of a church, but in the miserable house of a poor native priest, hidden in the forest on the solitary seashore. Vanity of vanities, and all is vanity. That man would within a few hours be a prisoner, dragged from the bed where he lay, without respect for his condition, without consideration for his wounds, dead or alive his enemies demanded him. How could he save him? Where could he find the moving accents of the Bishop of Constantinople? What weight would his weak words have, the words of a native priest, whose own humiliation this same Simon had in his better days seemed to applaud and encourage? But Padre Florentine no longer recalled the indifferent reception that 2 months before the jeweler had accorded to him when he had tried to interest him in favor of Isagani, then a prisoner on account of his imprudent chivalry. He forgot the activity Simon had displayed in urging Paulita's marriage, which had plunged Isagani into the fearful misanthropy that was worrying his uncle. He forgot all these things and thought only of the sick man's plight and his own obligations as a host until his senses reeled. Where must he hide him to avoid his falling into the clutches of the authorities? But the person chiefly concerned was not worrying, he was smiling. While he was pondering over these things, the old man was approached by a servant who said that the sick man wished to speak with him. So he went into the next room, a clean and well-ventilated apartment with a floor of wide boards smoothed and polished, and simply furnished with big, heavy armchairs of ancient design, without varnish or paint. At one end there was a large camagon bed with its 4 posts to support the canopy, and beside it a table covered with bottles, lint, and bandages. A praying desk at the feet of a Christ and a scanty library led to the suspicion that it was the priest's own bedroom, given up to his guest according to the Filipino custom of offering to the stranger the best table, the best room, and the best bed in the house. Upon seeing the windows opened wide to admit freely the healthful sea breeze and the echoes of its eternal lament, no one in the Philippines would have said that a sick person was to be found there, since it is the custom to close all the windows and stop up all the cracks just as soon as anyone catches a cold or gets an insignificant headache. Padre Florentine looked toward the bed and was astonished to see that the sick man's face had lost its tranquil and ironical expression. Hidden grief seemed to knit his brows, anxiety was depicted in his looks, his lips were curled in a smile of pain. "Are you suffering, Senor Simon?" asked the priest solicitously, going to his side. "Some, but in a little while I shall cease to suffer," he replied with a shake of his head. Padre Florentine clasped his hands in fright, suspecting that he understood the terrible truth. "My God, what have you done? What have you taken?" He reached toward the bottles. "It's useless now, there's no remedy at all," answered Simon with a pained smile. "What did you expect me to do? Before the clock strikes 8, alive or dead? Dead, yes, but alive, no." "My God, what have you done?" "Be calm," urged the sick man with a wave of his hand. "What's done is done. I must not fall into anybody's hands. My secret would be torn from me. Don't get excited, don't lose your head, it's useless. Listen, the night is coming on and there's no time to be lost. I must tell you my secret, and entrust to you my last request. I must lay my life open before you. At the supreme moment, I want to light myself of a load, I want to clear up a doubt of mine. You who believe so firmly in God, I want you to tell me if there is a God. But an antidote, Senor Simon. I have ether chloroform." The priest began to search for a flask, until Simon cried impatiently, "Useless, it's useless. Don't waste time, I'll go away with my secret." The bewildered priest fell down at his desk and prayed at the feet of the Christ, hiding his face in his hands. Then he arose serious and grave, as if he had received from his God all the force, all the dignity, all the authority of the judge of consciences. Moving a chair to the head of the bed, he prepared to listen. At the first words Simon murmured, when he told his real name, the old priest started back and gazed at him in terror, whereat the sick man smiled bitterly. Taken by surprise, the priest was not master of himself, but he soon recovered, and covering his face with a handkerchief again, bent over to listen. Simon related his sorrowful story. How, 13 years before, he had returned from Europe filled with hopes and smiling illusions, having come back to marry a girl whom he loved, disposed to do good and forgive all who had wronged him, just so they would let him live in peace. But it was not so. A mysterious hand involved him in the confusion of an uprising planned by his enemies. Name, fortune, love, future, liberty, all were lost, and he escaped only through the heroism of a friend. Then he swore vengeance. With the wealth of his family, which had been buried in a wood, he had fled, had gone to foreign lands and engaged in trade. He took part in the war in Cuba, aiding first one side and then another, but always profiting. There he made the acquaintance of the general, then a major, whose good will he won first by loans of money, and afterwards he made a friend of him by the knowledge of criminal secrets. With his money, he had been able to secure the general's appointment, and once in the Philippines, he had used him as a blind tool and incited him to all kinds of injustice, availing himself of his insatiable lust for gold. The confession was long and tedious, but during the whole of it the confessor made no further sign of surprise and rarely interrupted the sick man. It was night when Padre Florentino, wiping the perspiration from his face, arose and began to meditate. Mysterious darkness flooded the room, so that the moonbeams entering through the window filled it with vague lights and vaporous reflections. Into the midst of the silence, the priest's voice broke sad and deliberate, but consoling. "God will forgive you, Senor Simon," he said. "He knows that we are fallible, he has seen that you have suffered, and in ordering that the chastisement for your faults should come as death from the very ones you have instigated to crime, we can see his infinite mercy. He has frustrated your plans one by one, the best conceived, first by the death of Maria Clara, then by a lack of preparation, then in some mysterious way. Let us bow to his will and render him thanks." "According to you, then," feebly responded the sick man, "his will is that these islands should continue in the condition in which they suffer," finished the priest, seeing that the other hesitated. "I don't know, sir, I can't read the thought of the inscrutable. I know that he has not abandoned those peoples who in their supreme moments have trusted in him and made him the judge of their cause. I know that his arm has never failed when, justice long trampled upon and every recourse gone, the oppressed have taken up the sword to fight for home and wife and children, for their inalienable rights, which, as the German poet says, shine ever there above, unextinguished and inextinguishable, like the eternal stars themselves. No, God is justice. He cannot abandon his cause, the cause of liberty, without which no justice is possible. Why then has he denied me his aid?" asked the sick man in a voice charged with bitter complaint. Because you chose means that he could not sanction, was the severe reply. The glory of saving a country is not for him who has contributed to its ruin. You have believed that what crime and iniquity have defiled and deformed, another crime and another iniquity can purify and redeem. Wrong. Hate never produces anything but monsters and crime criminals. Love alone realizes wonderful works, virtue alone can save. No, if our country has ever to be free, it will not be through vice and crime, it will not be so by corrupting its sons, deceiving some and bribing others, no. Redemption presupposes virtue, virtue sacrifice, and sacrifice love. Well, I accept your explanation, rejoined the sick man after a pause. I have been mistaken, but because I have been mistaken, will that God deny liberty to a people, and yet save many who are much worse criminals than I am? What is my mistake compared to the crimes of our rulers? Why has that God to give more heed to my iniquity than to the cries of so many innocents? Why has he not stricken me down and then made the people triumph? Why does he let so many worthy, and just one suffer, and look complacently upon their tortures? The just and the worthy must suffer in order that their ideas may be known and extended. You must shake or shatter the vase to spread its perfume, you must smite the rock to get the spark. There is something providential in the persecutions of tyrants, Senor Simon. I knew it, murmured the sick man, and therefore I encouraged the tyranny. Yes, my friend, but more corrupt influences than anything else were spread. You fostered the social rottenness without sowing an idea. From this fermentation of vices loathing alone could spring, and if anything were born overnight, it would be at best a mushroom, for mushrooms only can spring spontaneously from filth. True it is that the vices of the government are fatal to it, they cause its death, but they kill also the society in whose bosom they are developed. An immoral government presupposes a demoralized people, a conscienceless administration, greedy and servile citizens in the settled parts, outlaws and brigands in the mountains. Like master, like slave. Like government, like country. A brief pause ensued, broken at length by the sick man's voice. Then, what can be done? Suffer and work. Suffer, work, echoed the sick man bitterly. Ah, it's easy to say that when you are not suffering, when the work is rewarded. If your God demands such great sacrifices from man, man who can scarcely count upon the present and doubts the future, if you had seen what I have, the miserable, the wretched, suffering unspeakable tortures for crimes they have not committed, murdered to cover up the faults and incapacity of others, poor fathers of families torn from their homes to work to no purpose upon highways that are destroyed each day, and seem only to serve for sinking families into want. Ah, to suffer to work is the will of God. Convince them that their murder is their salvation, that their work is the prosperity of the home. To suffer to work. What God is that? A very just God, Senor Simon, replied the priest. A God who chastises our lack of faith, our vices, the little esteem in which we hold dignity and the civic virtues. We tolerate vice, we make ourselves its accomplices, at times we applaud it, and it is just, very just that we suffer the consequences, that our children suffer them. It is the God of liberty, Senor Simon, who obliges us to love it, by making the yoke heavy for us, a God of mercy, of equity, who while he chastises us, betters us and only grants prosperity to him who has merited it through his efforts. The school of suffering tempers, the arena of combat strengthens the soul. I do not mean to say that our liberty will be secured at the sword's point, for the sword plays but little part in modern affairs, but that we must secure it by making ourselves worthy of it, by exalting the intelligence and the dignity of the individual, by loving justice, right, and greatness, even to the extent of dying for them. And when a people reaches that height, God will provide a weapon, the idols will be shattered. The tyranny will crumble like a house of cards, and liberty will shine out like the first dawn. Our ills we owe to ourselves alone, so let us blame no one. If Spain should see that we were less complacent with tyranny and more disposed to struggle and suffer for our rights, Spain would be the first to grant us liberty, because when the fruit of the womb reaches maturity, woe unto the mother who would stifle it. So, while the Filipino people has not sufficient energy to proclaim, with head erect and bosom bared, its rights to social life, and to guarantee it with its sacrifices, with its own blood. While we see our countrymen in private life ashamed within themselves, hear the voice of conscience roar in rebellion and protest, yet in public life keep silence or even echo the words of him who abuses them in order to mock the abused. While we see them wrap themselves up in their egotism and with a forced smile praise the most iniquitous actions, begging with their eyes a portion of the booty, why grant them liberty? With Spain or without Spain they would always be the same, and perhaps worse. Why independence, if the slaves of today will be the tyrants of tomorrow? And that they will be such is not to be doubted, for he who submits to tyranny loves it. Senor Simon, when our people is unprepared, when it enters the fight through fraud and force, without a clear understanding of what it is doing, the wisest attempts will fail, and better that they do fail. Since why commit the wife to the husband if he does not sufficiently love her, if he is not ready to die for her? Padre Florentino felt the sick man catch and press his hand, so he became silent, hoping that the other might speak. But he merely felt a stronger pressure of the hand, heard a sigh, and then profound silence reigned in the room. Only the sea, whose waves were rippled by the night breeze, as though awaking from the heat of the day, sent its hoarse roar, its eternal chant, as it rolled against the jagged rocks. The moon, now free from the sun's rivalry, peacefully commanded the sky, and the trees of the forest bent down toward one another, telling their ancient legends in mysterious murmurs borne on the wings of the wind. The sick man said nothing, so Padre Florentino, deeply thoughtful, murmured, "Where are the youth who will consecrate their golden hours, their illusions, and their enthusiasm to the welfare of their native land? Where are the youth who will generously pour out their blood to wash away so much shame, so much crime, so much abomination? Pure and spotless must the victim be that the sacrifice may be acceptable. Where are you, youth, who will embody in yourselves the vigor of life that has left our veins, the purity of ideas that has been contaminated in our brains, the fire of enthusiasm that has been quenched in our hearts? We await you, O youth. Come, for we await you." Feeling his eyes moisten, he withdrew his hand from that of the sick man, arose, and went to the window to gaze out upon the wide surface of the sea. He was drawn from his meditation by gentle raps at the door. It was the servant asking if he should bring a light. When the priest returned to the sick man and looked at him in the light of the lamp, motionless, his eyes closed, the hand that had pressed his lying open and extended along the edge of the bed, he thought for a moment that he was sleeping, but noticing that he was not breathing touched him gently, and then realized that he was dead. His body had already commenced to turn cold. The priest fell upon his knees and prayed. When he arose and contemplated the corpse, in whose features were depicted the deepest grief, the tragedy of a whole wasted life which he was carrying over there beyond death, the old man shuddered and murmured, "God have mercy on those who turned him from the straight path." While the servants summoned by him fell upon their knees and prayed for the dead man, curious and bewildered as they gazed toward the bed, reciting requiem after requiem, Padre Florentino took from a cabinet the celebrated steel chest that contained Simon's fabulous wealth. He hesitated for a moment, then resolutely descended the stairs and made his way to the cliff where Isagani was accustomed to sit and gaze into the depths of the sea. Padre Florentino looked down at his feet. There below he saw the dark billows of the Pacific beating into the hollows of the cliff, producing sonorous thunder, at the same time that, smitten by the moonbeams, the waves and foam glittered like sparks of fire, like handfuls of diamonds hurled into the air by some jinni of the abyss. He gazed about him. He was alone. The solitary coast was lost in the distance amid the dim cloud that the moonbeams played through until it mingled with the horizon. The forest murmured unintelligible sounds. Then the old man, with an effort of his Herculean arms, hurled the chest into space, throwing it toward the sea. It whirled over and over several times and descended rapidly in a slight curve, reflecting the moonlight on its polished surface. The old man saw the drops of water fly and heard a loud splash as the abyss closed over and swallowed up the treasure. He waited for a few moments to see if the depths would restore anything, but the wave rolled on as mysteriously as before, without adding a fold to its rippling surface, as though into the immensity of the sea a pebble only had been dropped. "May nature guard you in her deep abysses among the pearls and corals of her eternal seas," then said the priest, solemnly extending his hands. "When for some holy and sublime purpose man may need you, God will in his wisdom draw you from the bosom of the waves. Meanwhile, there you will not work woe, you will not distort justice, you will not foment avarice. Glossary. Aba, a Tagalog exclamation of wonder, surprise, etc., often used to introduce or emphasize a contradictory statement. Alcalde, governor of a province or district, with both executive and judicial authority. Ayuntamiento, a city corporation or council, and by extension the building in which it has its offices, specifically in Manila, the capital. Balit, the Philippine banyan, a tree sacred in Malay folklore. Bangka, a dugout canoe with bamboo supports or outriggers. Batalan, the platform of split bamboo attached to a nipa house. Bataculan, a variety of easily turned wood, used in carving. Bibingka, a sweetmeat made of sugar or molasses and rice flour, commonly sold in the small shops. Bayara, a woman who prepares and sells the buyo. Buyo, the masticatory prepared by wrapping a piece of areca nut with a little shell lime in a betel leaf, the pan of British India. Kabsang, title of a Kabza de Barangay, given by courtesy to his wife also. Kabza de Barangay, headman and tax collector for a group of about 50 families, for whose tribute he was personally responsible. Calesa, a two-wheeled chaise with folding top. Cal Street Spanish. Camisa, one a loose, collarless shirt of transparent material worn by men outside the trousers. 2. A thin, transparent waist with flowing sleeves, worn by women. Capitan, captain, a title used in addressing or referring to a gobernadorcillo or a former occupant of that office. Carambas, a Spanish exclamation denoting surprise or displeasure. Carbineer, Internal Revenue Guard. Caramata, a small two-wheeled vehicle with a fixed top. Casco, a flat-bottomed freight barge. Cayman, the Philippine crocodile. Cedula, certificate of registration and receipt for poll tax. Chanka, a child's game played with pebbles or cowrie shells. Cigarrera, a woman working in a cigar or cigarette factory. Civil Guard, internal quasi-military police force of Spanish officers and native soldiers. Cachero, carriage driver coachman. Cuarto, a copper coin, 160 of which were equal in value to a silver peso. Filibuster, a native of the Philippines who was accused of advocating their separation from Spain. Filibusterism, see filibuster. Gobernadorcillo, petty governor, the principal municipal official, also in Manila, the head of a commercial guild. Gumamla, the hibiscus, common as a garden shrub in the Philippines. Indian, the Spanish designation for the Christianized Malay of the Philippines, was Indio, Indian, a term used rather contemptuously, the name Filipino being generally applied in a restricted sense to the children of Spaniards born in the islands. Kalan, the small, portable, open, clay fireplace commonly used in cooking. Calicut, a short section of bamboo for preparing the buyo, a primitive betel box. Camagan, a tree of the ebony family, from which fine cabinet wood is obtained. Its fruit is the mabalo or date plum. Lanite, a variety of timber used in carving. Linantikan, a Tagalog exclamation of disgust or contempt, thunder. Malacanang, the palace of the Captain General, from the vernacular name of the place where it stands, Fishermen's Resort. Mailcan, a drive along the bay shore of Manila, opposite the walled city. Mestizo, a person of mixed Filipino and Spanish blood, sometimes applied also to a person of mixed Filipino and Chinese blood. Naku, a Tagalog exclamation of surprise, wonder, etc. Nara, the Philippine mahogany. Nipa, swamp palm, with the imbricated leaves of which the roofs and sides of the common native houses are constructed. Novena, a devotion consisting of prayers recited for 9 consecutive days, asking for some special favor. Also, a booklet of these prayers. Penguingui, a complicated card game, generally for small stakes, played with a Monte deck. Panguingra, a woman addicted to panguingui, this being chiefly a feminine diversion in the Philippines. Pancit, a soup made of Chinese vermicelli. Pansiteria, a shop where pancit is prepared and sold. Panulo, a starched neckerchief folded stiffly over the shoulders, fastened in front and falling in a point behind, the most distinctive portion of the customary dress of Filipino women. Peso, a silver coin, either the Spanish peso or the Mexican dollar, about the size of an American dollar and of approximately half its value. Pedate, sleeping mat woven from palm leaves. Pina, fine cloth made from pineapple leaf fibers. Provincial, the head of a religious order in the Philippines. Punils, daggers. Querida, a paramour mistress, from the Spanish beloved. Real, 1/8 of a peso, 20 cuartos. Sala, the principal room in the more pretentious Philippine houses. Salicot, wide hat of palm or bamboo, distinctively Filipino. Sampaguita, the Arabian jasmine. A small, white, very fragrant flower, extensively cultivated and worn in chaplets and rosaries by women and girls, the typical Philippine flower. Sipa, a game played with a hollow ball of plaited bamboo or rattan, by boys standing in a circle, who by kicking it with their heels endeavor to keep it from striking the ground. Soltada, a bout between fighting cocks. Susmariosip, a common exclamation, contraction of the Spanish Jesus Maria y Jose, the Holy Family. Tabi, the cry used by carriage drivers to warn pedestrians. Tabu, a utensil fashioned from half of a coconut shell. Taju, a thick beverage prepared from bean meal and syrup. Tampipi, a telescopic basket of woven palm, bamboo, or rattan. Tandang, a title of respect for an old man, from the Tagalog term for old. Tapi, a piece of dark cloth or lace, often richly worked or embroidered, worn at the waist somewhat in the fashion of an apron. A distinctive portion of the native women's attire, especially among the Tagalogs. Tatakut, the Tagalog term for fear. Tenient mayor, senior lieutenant, the senior member of the town council and substitute for the gobernadorcillo. Tertiary sister, a member of a lay society affiliated with a regular monastic order. Tienda, a shop or stall for the sale of merchandise. Tikbalang, an evil spirit, capable of assuming various forms, but said to appear usually as a tall black man with disproportionately long legs. The bogeyman of Tagalog children. Chalisin, outlaw, bandit. Under the old regime in the Philippines, the Chalisines were those who, on account of real or fancied grievances against the authorities, or from fear of punishment for crime, or from an instinctive desire to return to primitive simplicity, forswore life in the towns under the bell, and made their homes in the mountains or other remote places. Gathered in small bands with such arms as they could secure, they sustained themselves by highway robbery and the levying of blackmail from the country folk. Notes: the Spanish designation for the Christianized Malay of the Philippines was Indio, Indian, a term used rather contemptuously, the name Filipino being generally applied in a restricted sense to the children of Spaniards born in the islands. Tr. Now generally known as the Mariquina, Tr. This bridge, constructed in Lucban under the supervision of a Franciscan friar, was jocularly referred to as the Puente de Caprecho, being apparently an ignorant blunder in the right direction, since it was declared in an official report made by Spanish engineers in 1852 to conform to no known principle of scientific construction, and yet proved to be strong and durable. Tr. Don Custodio's gesture indicates money. Tr. Duck eggs that are allowed to advance well into the duckling stage, then boiled and eaten. The senora is sneering at a custom among some of her own people. Tr. The Jesuit College in Manila, established in 1859. Tr. Natives of Spain, to distinguish them from the Filipinos, i.e., descendants of Spaniards born in the Philippines. See Glossary, Indian, Tr. It was a common saying among the old Filipinos that the Spaniards, white men, were fire activity, while they themselves were water passivity. Tr. The liberal demonstrations in Manila and the mutiny in the Cavite arsenal, resulting in the garroting of the 3 native priests to whom this work was dedicated. The first of a series of fatal mistakes, culminating in the execution of the author, that cost Spain the loyalty of the Filipinos. Tr. Archbishop of Manila from 1767 to 1787. Tr. Between this island, Talim, and Halahala Point extends a strait a mile wide and a league long, which the Indians call Kinabutasan, a name that in their language means place that was cleft open, from which it is inferred that in other times the island was joined to the mainland and was separated from it by some severe earthquake, thus leaving this strait. Of this there is an old tradition among the Indians. Fray Martinez de Zuniga's Estadismo, 1803. The reference is to the novel Noli Me Tangere, The Social Cancer, the author's first work, of which the present is in a way a continuation. Tr. This legend is still current among the Tagalogs. It circulates in various forms, the commonest being that the king was so confined for defying the lightning, and it takes no great stretch of the imagination to fancy in this idea a reference to the firearms used by the Spanish conquerors. Quite recently, January 1909, when the nearly extinct volcano of Banahaw shook itself and scattered a few tons of mud over the surrounding landscape, the people thereabout recalled this old legend, saying that it was their King Bernardo making another effort to get that right foot loose. Tr. The reference is to Noli Me Tangere, in which Sinang appears. The Dominican School of Secondary Instruction in Manila, Tr. The studies of secondary instruction given in Santo Tomas, in the College of San Juan de Letran, and of San Jose, and in the private schools, had the defects inherent in the plan of instruction which the friars developed in the Philippines. It suited their plans that scientific and literary knowledge should not become general nor very extensive, for which reason they took but little interest in the study of those subjects or in the quality of the instruction. Their educational establishments were places of luxury for the children of wealthy and well-to-do families rather than establishments in which to perfect and develop the minds of the Filipino youth. It is true they were careful to give them a religious education, tending to make them respect the omnipotent power, of the monastic corporations. The intellectual powers were made dormant by devoting a greater part of the time to the study of Latin, to which they attached an extraordinary importance, for the purpose of discouraging pupils from studying the exact and experimental sciences and from gaining a knowledge of true literary studies. The philosophically system explained was naturally the scholastic one, with an exceedingly refined and subtle logic, and with deficient ideas upon physics. By the study of Latin and their philosophically systems, they converted their pupils into automatic machines rather than into practical men prepared to battle with life. Census of the Philippine Islands, Washington, 1905, Volume 3, pp. 601-602. The nature of this booklet in Tagalog is made clear in several passages. It was issued by the Franciscans, but proved too outspoken for even Latin refinement and was suppressed by the order itself. Tr. The Rectory or Parish House. Friends of the author, who suffered in Whaler's expedition mentioned below. Tr. The Dominican Corporation, at whose instigation Captain General Valeriano Whaler sent a battery of artillery to Calamba to destroy the property of tenants who were contesting in the courts the friars' titles to land there. The author's family were the largest sufferers. Tr. A relative of the author, whose body was dragged from the tomb and thrown to the dogs, on the pretext that he had died without receiving final absolution. Tr. Under the Spanish regime, the government paid no attention to education, the schools being under the control of the religious orders and the friar curates of the towns. Tr. The cockpits are farmed out annually by the local governments, the terms contract and contractor having now been softened into license and licensee. TR. The Municipal School for Girls was founded by the Municipality of Manila in 1864. The institution was in charge of the Sisters of Charity. Census of the Philippine Islands, Volume Roman III, p. 615. Now known as Plaza Hispana, TR. Patroness of the Dominican Order. She was formally and sumptuously recrowned a Queen of the Skies in 1907. TR. A burlesque on an association of students known as the Militia Angelica, organized by the Dominicans to strengthen their hold on the people. The name used is significant, carbineers being the local revenue officers, notorious in their later days for graft and abuse. TR. Tinamon and Gilintic, a Tagalog exclamation of anger, disappointment, or dismay, regarded as a very strong expression equivalent to profanity. Literally, may the lightning strike you. TR. To lie about the stars is a safe kind of lying. TR. Throughout this chapter, the professor uses the familiar to in addressing the students, thus giving his remarks a contemptuous tone. TR. The professor speaks these words in vulgar dialect. To confuse the letters P and F in speaking Spanish was a common error among uneducated Filipinos. TR. No Cristianos, not Christians, i.e. savages. TR. The patron saint of Spain, Saint James. TR. Houses of bamboo and nipa, such as form the homes of the masses of the natives. TR. In this paragraph, Rizal alludes to an incident that had very serious results. There was annually celebrated in Binondo a certain religious festival, principally at the expense of the Chinese mestizos. The latter finally petitioned that their gobernadorcillo be given the presidency of it, and this was granted, thanks to the fact that the parish priest, the Dominican, Fray José Hevia Campomanes, held to the opinion that the presidency belonged to those who paid the most. The Tagalogs protested, alleging their better right to it, as the genuine sons of the country, not to mention the historical precedent, but the friar, who was looking after his own interests, did not yield. General Terrero, governor, 1880-1888, at the advice of his liberal councillors, finally had the parish priest removed, and for the time being decided the affair in favor of the Tagalogs. The matter reached the colonial office, Ministerio de Ultramar, and the minister was not even content merely to settle it in the way the friars desired, but made amends to Padre Hevia by appointing him a bishop. W. E. Ritana, who was a journalist in Manila at the time, in a note to this chapter. Childish and ridiculous as this may appear now, it was far from being so at the time, especially in view of the supreme contempt with which the pugnacious Tagalog looks down upon the meek and complacent Chinese, and the mortal antipathy that exists between the two races. TR. It is regrettable that Quiroga's picturesque butchery of Spanish and Tagalog, the dialect of the Manila Chinese, cannot be reproduced here. Only the thought can be given. There is the same difficulty with R's, D's, and L's that the Chinese show in English. TR. Up to the outbreak of the insurrection in 1896, the only genuinely Spanish troops in the islands were a few hundred artillerymen, the rest being natives with Spanish officers. TR. Abaca is the fiber obtained from the leaves of the Musa textiles and is known commercially as Manila hemp. As it is exclusively a product of the Philippines, it may be taken here to symbolize the country. TR. Yet Benzabe was not very much mistaken. The three legs of the table have grooves in them in which slide the mirrors hidden below the platform and covered by the squares of the carpet. By placing the box upon the table, a spring is pressed and the mirrors rise gently. The cloth is then removed, with care to raise it instead of letting it slide off, and then there is the ordinary table of the talking heads. The table is connected with the bottom of the box. The exhibition ended, the prestidigitator again covers the table, presses another spring, and the mirrors descend. Author's note. The Malay method of kissing is quite different from the Occidental. The mouth is placed close to the object, and a deep breath taken, often without actually touching the object, being more of a sniff than a kiss. TR. Now Cal Tetuan, Santa Cruz, the other names are still in use. TR. The Sociedad Económica de Amigos del País for the encouragement of agricultural and industrial development was established by Vasco de Vargas in 1780. Tr. Funds managed by the government for making loans and supporting charitable enterprises. Tr. The names are fictitious burlesques. Tr. Boiled shrimp. Tr. Uncle Frank. Tr. Messageries Maritimes, a French line of steamers in the Oriental trade. Tr. Referring to the expeditions, Misión Española Católica, to the Caroline and Pelu Islands from 1886 to 1895, headed by the Capuchin Fathers, which brought misery and disaster upon the natives of those islands, unprofitable losses and sufferings to the Filipino soldiers engaged in them, discredit to Spain, and decorations of merit to a number of Spanish officers. Tr. Over the possession of the Caroline and Pelu Islands. The expeditions referred to in the previous note were largely inspired by German activity with regard to those islands, which had always been claimed by Spain, who sold her claim to them to Germany after the loss of the Philippines. Tr. Where the wind wrinkles the silent waves that rapidly break of their own movement with a gentle murmur on the shore. Tr. Where rapid and winged engines will rush in flight. Tr. There is something almost uncanny about the general accuracy of the prophecy in these lines, the economic part of which is now so well on the way to realization, although the writer of them would doubtless have been a very much surprised individual had he also foreseen how it would come about. But one of his own expressions was fire and steel to the cancer, and it surely got them. On the very day that this passage was translated, and this note written, the first commercial liner was tied up at the new docks, which have destroyed the Mailkin but raised Manila to the front rank of Oriental seaports, and the final revision is made at Baguio Mountain Province, amid the cooler temperatures on the slopes of the mountains. As for the political portion, it is difficult even now to contemplate calmly the blundering fatuity of that bigoted medieval brand of patriotism, which led the decrepit Philippine government to play the ancient mariner and shoot the albatross that brought this message. Tr. These establishments are still a notable feature of native life in Manila. Whether the author adopted a title already common or popularized one of his own invention, the fact is that they are now invariably known by the name used here. The use of Maquinista was due to the presence in Manila of a large number of Chinese from Macau. Tr. Originally, Plaza San Gabriel, from the Dominican mission for the Chinese established there. Later, as it became a commercial center, Plaza Vivac, and now known as Plaza Cervantes, being the financial center of Manila. Tr. The manager of this restaurant warns the public to leave absolutely nothing on any table or chair. Tr. We do not believe in the verisimilitude of this dialogue, fabricated by the author in order to refute the arguments of the friars, whose pride was so great that it would not permit any Isagani to tell them these truths face to face. The invention of Padre Fernandez as a Dominican professor is a stroke of generosity on Rizal's part, in conceding that there could have existed any friar capable of talking frankly with an Indian. W. E. Ritana, in note to this chapter in the edition published by him at Barcelona in 1908. Ritana ought to know of what he is writing, for he was in the employ of the friars for several years and later, in Spain, wrote extensively for the journal supported by them to defend their position in the Philippines. He has also been charged with having strongly urged Rizal's execution in 1896. Since 1898, however, he has doubled about, or perhaps more aptly, performed a journalistic somersault, having written a diffuse biography and other works dealing with Rizal. He is strong in unassorted facts, but his comments, when not inane and wearisome, approach a maudlin wail over spilt milk, so the above is given at its face value only. Tr. Quite suggestive of, and perhaps inspired by, the author's own experience. Tr. The walled city, the original Manila, is still known to the Spaniards and older natives exclusively as such, the other districts being referred to by their distinctive names. Tr. Nearly all the dialogue in this chapter is in the mongrel Spanish Tagalog market language, which cannot be reproduced in English. Tr. Doubtless a reference to the author's first work, Noli Me Tangere, which was tabooed by the authorities. Tr. Such inanities as these are still a feature of Manila journalism. Tr. Whether there would be a Talisane cock, armed with a sharp gaff, whether the Blessed Peter's fighting cock would be a Bulik. Talisane and Bulik are distinguishing terms in the vernacular for fighting cocks, Tari and Sasabungan the Tagalog terms for gaff and gamecock, respectively. The Tagalog terminology of the cockpit and monkish Latin certainly make a fearful and wonderful mixture, nor did the author have to resort to his imagination to get samples of it. Tr. This is Quiroga's pronunciation of Cristo, Tr. The native priests Burgos, Gomez, and Zamora, charged with complicity in the uprising of 1872 and executed. Tr. This versicle, found in the booklets of prayer, is common on the scapularies, which, during the late insurrection, were easily converted into the anting-anting, or amulets, worn by the fanatics. Tr. This practice, secretly compelling suspects to sign a request to be transferred to some other island, was by no means a figment of the author's imagination, but was extensively practiced to anticipate any legal difficulties that might arise. Tr. Hawkeye, Tr. Ultima razón de res, the last argument of kings, force, expression attributed to Calderon de la Barca, the great Spanish dramatist. Tr. Curiously enough, and by what must have been more than a mere coincidence, this route through Santa Mesa from San Juan del Monte was the one taken by an armed party in their attempt to enter the city at the outbreak of the Katipunan Rebellion on the morning of August 30, 1896. Forman's The Philippine Islands, chapter Roman 26. It was also on the bridge connecting these two places that the first shot in the insurrection against American sovereignty was fired on the night of February 4, 1899. Tr. Spanish etiquette requires a host to welcome his guest with the conventional phrase, "The house belongs to you, Tr." The handwriting on the wall at Belshazzar's feast foretelling the destruction of Babylon. Daniel v. 2528, Tr. A town in Ciudad Real Province, Spain, Tr. The italicized words are in English in the original, Tr. A Spanish hero, whose chief exploit was the capture of Gibraltar from the Moors in 1308. Tr. Emilio Casteller, 1830–1899, generally regarded as the greatest of Spanish orators. Tr. In the original, the message reads, Espanol escondido casa padre Florentino Codra remitira vivo muerto. Don Tiburcio understands Codra as referring to himself. There is a play upon the Spanish words codra, lameness, and codera, a form of the verb codger, to seize or capture, J and G in these two words having the same sound, that of the English H. Tr.